Hashmat, can I request you to please share the link?
Yes, ma'am, doing that one.
Yes, yes. Yeah, thank you, Hashmat. I got the link. Yes. So we are sharing the link with the participants and other people. Nidhi, can I request you to do that?
Done, Ritu.
Manisha ma'am?
No worries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Rekha ma'am, Asha ma'am, can we start?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are here for Urjita. This is the fifth competition which we are organizing from the Home Science faculty, which is a part of Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College. And we are very happy to have all of you here in this sunny afternoon. I welcome you on this day, which is 4th June 2021. And with this, I take permission of Vice Principal Ma'am, Dr. Rekha Randive Ma'am, and our Principal Ma'am, Dr. Asha Menon Ma'am, to start officially the competition. Should we, Ma'am?
Please go ahead, Rishi.
Okay, thank you so much, Rekha, Asha Ma'am. And over to you, Lopa.
So much, Ritu ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to invite a Vice Principal of Home Science, Dr. Rekha Randive ma'am, for her welcome address. Over to you, Rekha ma'am.
Thank you, Lupa. Good afternoon, one and all present here on this very special day where we organize it as an intercollegiate research competition, Urjita. On behalf of the entire Urjita team, I welcome the keynote speaker, Dr. Vishaka Karnad, judges Dr. Nidhi Gupta and Dr. Nimisha Kamli, and our dynamic principal, Dr. Asha Menon. I would also like to welcome our director, ma'am, Dr. Kumudavali, for her presence. I would also like to welcome the vice principals of arts and commerce faculty and coordinators of unaided section. I extend my warm welcome to all my colleagues from all the faculties, that's arts, commerce, BCA, BAF, BMS, DMM, MA, MCom. I also extend my warm welcome to the participating teams and their mentors. And lastly, I welcome all my dear students for this learning event of today, that is Urjita. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rekha Randive ma'am. Now I would like to invite our principal of Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College, Dr. Asha Menon ma'am, for her address.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Lopa. I would once again like to welcome Dr. Vishaka Karnad, the keynote speaker for today's program. Judges of this competition, Dr. Nidhi Gupta and Dr. Nimisha Kamli. Teachers and students to the 5th edition of Urjita, Intercollegiate Students Research Competition on the theme Transforming Lives, Social Relationships and Work Culture, Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic. For most of the people around the world, the recent COVID-19 outbreak is a symbol of how fragile and unpredictable our lives can be in an unusual state of affairs. The virus, which has changed the way in which most of us live, work, or perform our basic day-to-day functions, is continuing to increase its grasp on an alarming rate, with the impact being felt at multiple levels, resulting in how we socialize, the economic slowdown, business disruptions, trade hindrances, travel obstructions, public seclusion, and so on. It is therefore important to understand that this is first and foremost a human crisis, and hence having an empathetic, transparent, and supportive approach is critical. Making use of the digital platforms to stay connected, since physical meeting or catch-ups are no longer possible, it is important to harness the power of digital platforms which can help ensure us connectivity. Obviously, these are challenging times for all of us, but the one thing we know is that our best response lies on cooperation and community building. We also need to understand the challenges of remote working and helping people navigate through them, ensuring a healthy work-life balance by helping the employees find space, both physical and mental, to work from home and promote a healthy work-life balance, which allows them to devote a speculated time to their work as well as to themselves and their family to avoid the risk of burnout. As we transit from experiencing to new forms of social awareness, we are co-creating and discovering the new normal, the new coronavirus culture. Whether for better or worse, only research can tell. The social science stream has been never more exciting than it is today. I, as a researcher, would be more interested in researching the after effects of this pandemic on all walks of life. I'm sure the student researchers too would have found it exciting with the themes that we have given them. I wish all the participating teams the very best and hope the audience too have a fruitful day. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Ritu Bhatia.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Lopa.
Thank you, Ritu ma'am. Thank you, Asha ma'am. Proceeding further, I am inviting convener of Urjita 2021, Dr. Ritu Bhatia ma'am, to give concept note. Over to you, Ritu ma'am.
Thank you so much, Lopa. Good afternoon, everyone. Each and everyone present here. The Faculty of Home Science of Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College is happy to welcome all the dignitaries and participants for this national level UG Home Science, Home Economics, Intercollegiate Students Online Research Competition, Urjita 2021. The journey of Urjita began in the year 2016 with the motive to develop the research culture in UG students. We are proud to say that we have completed 4 successful years in organizing this competition. And today we are here for 5th competition. With Urjita, we aim to recognize the research potential in budding students and to give them a platform to discover their research capabilities. We home science teachers always strive to develop right values of research into students and also encourage them to go for higher education with research knowledge in their armor. It is said that one who wants to rule, knowledge is the best armor he can wear. Keeping our tradition alive, even during these trying times, we have organized Urjita on digital platform and called the paper presentations in the form of videos. The theme for this year's Urjita competition was decided keeping in mind the current COVID crisis and with the aim to know how this pandemic has changed our life. The Urjita theme is transforming life, social relationships, work culture, the impact of Urjita. The world is undergoing severe crisis and we, since early 2020, are witnessing the worst pandemic of our life. This COVID-19 pandemic, which does not discriminate and affect everything and everyone, has revealed the shaky foundations on which we are standing. The COVID-19 is transforming our lives, and it would not be wrong to say that this pandemic has brought maximum changes in our lives, in our family life, our work life, and has changed our existence as human beings. We all may have not seen the world war, but the current time is not less than a war. The pandemic has badly affected economic activities, resulting in loss of jobs and irregular incomes. And this all crop up numerous issues in families and in society at large. The relationships are changing. People are afraid from fellow human beings. Social meetings and gatherings are avoided in both marriages and funerals. This all has taken the essence out of Indian society, which is known for its warmth and hospitality. Due to recurrent lockdowns across cities, resulted in many socio-economic and personal issues, and many people may be undergoing psychological problems like anxiety, depression, lack of confidence, and state of confusion. Also during lockdown, there are increased cases of domestic violence against women and children at home. Apart from this, the school and college students are also badly impacted as play activities, socialization has gone for a toss. The teaching fraternity has seen a major change from active classroom teaching to online mode of teaching. Further, the workplaces previously using hot desking now reconsider their arrangement and has also seen a drastic change. Less people are allowed in the office at one time. Offices are following new protocols. Work from home is a new concept for many Indians due to these restrictions. The current situation can act as a wake-up call for all of us to come together and handle ongoing pandemic challenges. We need to uplift each other to survive this pandemic and its after effects. We not only need to strengthen our immunity system, but our society's core strength as well, which is firmly based on cooperation, sharing, and helping each other. Looking at the magnitude of the impact this pandemic has created and how this has transformed many things which we always take for granted. We home science faculty has decided to explore this issue through third year BSc research projects. On behalf of home science faculty, I appreciate the efforts taken by our young students in discovering their research topics. I am happy to say that we have got students registration from other faculties as well, and I welcome them all in our home science annual event. I wish that all the participants who are attending today's events may also
Excuse me,
develop.
Ritu, you're not audible.
Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm happy to say that we have got students registration from other faculties as well, and I welcome them all in our home science annual event. I wish that all the participants who are attending today's event may also develop research inquisitiveness. With this, I, Dr. Ritu Bhatia, as a convener of this year's national level Urjita, welcome all paper presenting teams and other participants in today's event. I wish all the paper presenting teams all the best and great success in the competition. Thank you all. Welcome you all. Over to you, Lopa.
Thank you so much, Pritima. Now I'm inviting Head of the Department of Resource Management, Ms. Sonali Doshi, for introducing our keynote speaker for the day.
Thank you, Lupa. It is my pleasure in introducing Dr. Vishakha Ashish Karnad ma'am. Ma'am is a dedicated teaching and research professional in the field of textile and fashion technology, home science and education. Ma'am is an associate professor at the College of Home Science, Nirmala Niketan, Mumbai, and has 22 years of teaching experience. She is the very first home scientist to have obtained a doctoral degree in textile and fashion technology under University of Mumbai. She has held many responsible posts at University of Mumbai and other academic institutions in India as well as abroad. During her tenure at the University of Mumbai, ma'am was responsible for implementing key policy decisions for curriculum development, eligibility criteria, examinations, research and teaching appointments for career advancement. Ma'am was one of the committee members which brought about educational reforms, which included credit-based semester and grading system, master program in community resource management, certificate course in ergonomic design and workstation design, to name a few, for undergraduate and postgraduates. She has been the coordinator for the course in home management for needy women conducted by Y.B. Chavan Pratishthan, Maharashtra Mahila Vyaspeeth, training young ladies of the lower socio-economic group with income generating, textile related skills of dyeing and printing, embroidery and other hand skills were taught under the guidance of ma'am. Ma'am is a recipient of Rashtriya Gaurav Award, Certificate of Excellence by the India International Friendship Society. Glory of India Gold Medal by International Institute for Success Awareness and Fellow of Textile Institute and Chartered Member of Textile Institute UK for her meritorious teaching and research contribution. She is also the recipient of Asian Education Award for her contribution to education community by Kites Production. Ma'am has participated in several national and international conferences and undertakes collaborative research projects by guiding scholars at postgraduate and doctoral levels. She has presented and published several research and review papers at national and international level. Ma'am is also a member of different professional body and holds important positions. Welcome, Vishakha ma'am.
Thank you, Sonali ma'am. On behalf of Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College, I welcome Dr. Vishakha Karnad ma'am for her keynote address. Over to you, Vishakha ma'am.
Thank you, Lopa, and thank you, Ms. Sonali. And good afternoon, one and all present here, and those who are viewing this event online on Zoom, and those who are on YouTube. At the outset, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Srimati P.N. Doshi College, Principal Dr. Asha Menon, Dr. Rekha Randive, Vice Principal, Convener Dr. Ritu Bhatia, for inviting me as a keynote speaker for this event. So it's transforming lives, social relationships, work, culture, impact of COVID-19, Urjita 2020-2021. And this being the 5th year of this research convention, I take it as my special privilege and honor to be the keynote speaker here, for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas with young, enthusiastic researchers in home science and various other faculties who have participated in this competition. So I'm just taking everybody on a slightly spiritual pace or a plane. And I start with a very famous Sanskrit phrase, meaning the earth is our home and all our people are our family. So it's one world and one love. And it is all of us that we are going through this pandemic situation. We're going to move out successfully and grow as Mother. With the coronavirus that was declared by the World Health Organization as a global pandemic precisely on March 11, 2020, it's been 1.5 years and more that authorities have been struggling, communities have been struggling for survival. They're taking whatever preventive measures that we can take to contain the disease, right from hand washing to wearing a mask, measures and steps taken by schools, universities, educational bodies, industries, different cities which were in lockdown, where travel was a problem. All these industries are facing a brunt. There have been desperate vaccination drives all across India. Everything is being done on a war footing, just like in other parts of the world. However, in India, the problem is population. Nonetheless, we are doing a good job. I'm sure and I'm positive that we're going to come out well. For once, the entire world seems to univocally, equivocally agreeing on one thing. We are moving in one direction. The virus is getting contained and it's getting done for so many decades. And what is it? It has united us. Realize that Mother Earth is to be this in have to be appreciated for us. And the togetherness, the concept of togetherness that has been like a family, moving in one direction. So questions that come to everybody's minds is, why did this virus actually originate? What happened? Why has it been able to create so much of havoc? From a spiritual perspective, what we think and what say that we all live, all that is the animate as well as the inanimate objects, we all live in a vibrational universe. Like attracts like. It seems the collective vibration of the world reached the same vibration level of which and we were able to open a portal and a doorway between us and the virus, and that is why the virus attacked us. Everything in the universe exists at a particular vibration and it affects us. When we come in sync with that vibration, which excludes good and bad, wanted and unwanted, when will this virus die? Rise about its current levels, the virus will no longer affect us. We will exist at our level, like living in two separate worlds, and we'll have nothing to do with each other. So soon, being positive, we will all be away from this virus. Why is this so difficult? That is the second question that comes to our minds. At the purely physical level, we know that this virus is causing untold suffering. Lots of people getting hospitalized, deaths have occurred. There has been lots of damage to financial markets. Tourist activities have been affected. Airline, hotel industries have got affected. The virus is also causing fear. It's creating a lot of anxiety, a lot of worry in different people. They do not know how to handle isolation, selfishness in some places where they want very the virus is producing are furthering and then if we allow this to go ahead like this, the virus will conquer us. No, we don't want that. So what should we do? We should build our positive vibrations together. And that is what we're doing. We are together looking out for ways and means of how we can keep ourselves healthy, keep ourselves happy, keep ourselves bonded. Infection has always been and will always remain the same. That is to move from fear to love, from selfishness to from taking to giving, from hoarding to distributing, and sharing towards humanity. And realize this, we will stop feeling dread, happiness, and we'll give away panic and anxiety and start becoming stronger, trusting ourselves and our divine nature. Put we will all put our faith into higher power, that supreme power, and it'll all go into making us love, hope, forgive, and be peaceful. And and for our surroundings, and most important. So moving ahead with some more ideas, this pandemic of like the tsunamis, the earthquake, for us to indicate that somewhere we're doing something wrong, and that we must need to contain. That discipline into our life, and that is that with this competition for giving the students, the participants to invest all their energies, their intellect, and all their efforts into framing positive, theoretical, practical, constructive, and diverting their minds to positivity. Somewhere it is helping them to cope with all the negative things that are happening because the important I believe in very strongly, and that was told or was an opinion of Albert Einstein. He said, always be curious and curious like a child. And research is actually a curiosity being formalized. When you formalize curiosity, you start questioning And when you keep that quest of knowledge going newer, stranger areas of work, there where your volunteers, there you build knowledge. And with knowledge, you are moving from darkness to light. With building research skills, I urge researchers today to focus on specific topics, those that will be or that can be implemented for the society in some way. So, for the welfare of the society, it should have some commercialization potential. So, seeping or sowing these seeds at the early years of education really helps. So, I congratulate the organizers in the college to have organized this program wherein students of different levels, undergraduate, are encouraged to take up small research topics, and this will really benefit them in the long run. Research is not just about developing theories and then trying to see whether it works or not. It also helps you to grow as an individual, and that is what most of these research conventions do. So I'm looking forward to real enterprising research works that have been done and their presentations here. The theme for this year, 2021, that was set up by the UNESCO, the international year, has been set up as Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. Hence, building social manufacturing setups will be important. So, as researchers and as academicians and as students and as faculty of different organizations, we need to come together, bond together, interact together, and take up projects that will help in making the society and the world a better place. So, in this social manufacturing setup, what actually happens? A consumer becomes a producer. Okay, each of us as consumers are very creative. We have certain skills and we have certain sets of knowledge and concepts that we can immediately apply and make new products that are so functionally strong, aesthetically very pleasing, and at the same time will help the society in some way. So that's how I'm just sorry, there's a phone ringing. I'll just, yeah. So so therefore we are looking forward to such kinds of research topics and young budding entrepreneurs and researchers who can take up such research frontier areas and really take up these areas for research and venture out in a very strategic manner. So when we're doing research, what do we do, students? We start with identifying and defining the problem, but to do that, I need to be alert. I need to be aware of what is happening in society. And once I do that, I'm able to frame what is the problem, what is that exact problem that people are facing, and what is that I need to do and develop and design something new so that it can help the society. So today with the Internet of Things, with so much of advanced technologies that are available, the consumer is now capable of becoming the producer. The consumer is now able to market his products. And therefore, there are so many different ways in which one can actually socially and professionally network. So today is the time for creative economy, to build a creative economy, a creative world together for sustainable development. So this is for the participants. I'm sure you're looking forward to have your presentations flashed up as videos. So here's wishing all the participants all the very best, and may the deserving researchers see the light of the day. So with Urjita, keep your enthusiasm, keep your energy levels go really strong. And as the literal meaning goes of Urjita, enthusiasm and energy. So here on, I thank the organizers, I thank the jury who will be taking close look and scrutinizing each proposal. So all the very best, students, and make the most of this opportunity. Thank you one and all. Best of luck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vishakha Karnad, ma'am, for your enlightened thoughts on our current pandemic situation and how we can go ahead with taking different research proposals, projects. Okay, moving ahead with this, I am inviting Head of the Department of Human Development, Dr. Shobha Bharat, for introducing our esteemed judges for today's research competition. Over to you, Shobha ma'am.
Thank you, Lopa. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It is my proud privilege to introduce two esteemed judges, stalwarts in the field of research and very well accomplished professionals who are now going to sit through all the presentations and give us their feedback. I would like to begin with introducing Dr. Nidhi Gupta. She is working as an associate professor in the Department of Family Resource Management, S.N. Patel College of Home Science, V.V. Nagar. She has done her specialization is consumers, environment, ergonomics, and designing. She has completed her PhD in home management from MS University of Baroda with senior research fellowship from ICAR, that is Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and a MSc in Family Resource Management from SNDT Women's University. Wonderful achievements in the field of research. She has mobilized more than 25 lakhs since 2002 in research projects, and she has guided 4 PhD students. 3 of them have already been awarded the research degree. She has many research publications. She has 21 research papers published in, and out of that UGC approved 21 researchers published. She has presented papers in international and national conferences, that is 22 papers have been presented. She also has published books with national and international publishers, all with ISBN number, 3 books with international publishers, 2 handbooks for the community. She has edited 2 volumes and also written a manual. She has contributed to various chapters in national and international books, and there are 7 of them in number. She has done a lot of work in community networking. She has taken topics like safety and hygiene, food safety and hygiene for food vendors. She has created awareness about food adulteration. She has trained 100 rural women on energy management. She has trained Anganwadi workers on various aspects of food safety and hygiene. She has done a lot of interesting activities at the college, very active as IQAC coordinator. She has organized a UGC sponsored national conference on sustainable strategies on waste management. She is very active as a member of library committee, anti-ragging, and many other committees. Thank you so much for being with us, ma'am. She has been also the PhD examiner and evaluated and examined PhDs of various universities. So we couldn't have had a more accomplished person to evaluate and assess the presentations today, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us, joining with us today.
It's my pleasure.
The next person, jury member or the judge for the competition is Dr. Nimisha Nitin Kambi. She's currently working as the coordinator of BAMM Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College. She's a member of Board of Studies of Mass Media Department at many colleges, SNDT Women's University, KJ Somaya College of Arts and Commerce, Model College, MMP Shah Women's College, Matunga. She's also invited as a subject expert on many committees from SIES College, BGPS, MMP Shah, BM Ria College, and Shri MD Shah Mahila College, Malad. She has presented numerous papers at the international level and national level, and she has publications in journals. She has prepared distance education material for students in the subjects of business communication and effective communication. She has also, completed her PhD from the University of Mumbai to Summit. Thank you, Nimisha ma'am, for joining us today, and wish you both all the very best for bringing out or,
Thank you,
selecting
ma'am.
the best researchers today. Over to you, Lopa.
Thank you so much, Shubha ma'am. As you all know, we have invited research paper presentation in the form of video presentations. Before beginning, I would like to give few instructions to all our participant paper presenters. I will call out code numbers one by one for paper presentations. It is a kind request to all the team members to keep their videos on during question answer session, which will be held immediately after your video presentation. Best wishes to all the teams. Without wasting any more time, let us start with the technical session. To begin with, I'm inviting code number one with their topic, impact of online work culture on women employers. Ashmat? Can you start the video?
Ashmat, please start the video.
Yeah, she's doing.
Respected
Okay.
judges, my topic for research is impact of online work cultural on women employees. So for this research, we had collected data from 55 responses. So for data analysis, our first question is, did you face any difficulties in managing your family and work from home? So we can see that 61.8% people say yes, they face difficulties to manage both family and work from home, whereas 38.2% respond say no, they don't face any difficulties in managing family and work from home. The second question is, are you able to manage your office time during work from home? So we get responses from 47.3% say that they cannot manage their office time during work from home, whereas 52.7% response say that they are able to manage their office time during work from home. The third question is, are you satisfied with your present job? So for this, 36.4% response are not able to satisfy with their present job, whereas 63.6% response are satisfied with their present job. The fourth question is, how do you feel about working from home? So for this, we can see from the above pie chart that 45.5% response are not able to manage things, whereas 54.5% response feel more comfortable to work from home. The fifth question is, are you establish a good work routine? So for this, we get a pie chart. In that, 36.44 responses say that no, they have not established a good work routine, whereas 63.6% response say that they have established a good work routine. And the sixth question is, do you have a healthy work and life balance when working from home? So for this also we get a pie chart. In that, 38.2% response say that no, they don't have a healthy work and life balance when working from home, whereas 61.8% say that yes, they have a healthy work and life balance when working from home. Then our seventh question is, are you comfortable with your workplace cultural? So for this also we get a pie chart. In that, 45.5 respondents say that they are not comfortable with their workplace cultural, whereas 54.5% response say that they are comfortable with their workplace cultural. The eighth question is, are you taking regular break during online work? So for this also we get a pie chart, and in that 50.9% response take regular breaks during online work, whereas 49.1% response don't take any break during online work. Then the ninth question is, are you in regular contact with your team and manager? So for this also we get a pie chart. In that, 34.5% response are not in touch with their team and manager, whereas 65.5% response are in touch with their team and manager. The next question is, do you feel frustrated to work from home? So for this also we get a pie chart. In that, 34.5% do not feel frustrated, whereas 65.5% responses feel frustrated to work from home. Then the 11th question is, do you enjoy working from home? So for this So the people 45.5% said do not enjoy working from home, and 54.5% people are enjoying working from home. Then the next question is, are you less productive, equal productive, or more productive than when working in the office? So for this also we get a pie chart, and in that 54.5% are equal productive, 91.1% are more productive, and 36.4% are less productive than working the office. Then question number 13 is your work life balance the same, better, or worse when working from home? So for this also we get a table. In that we get a 55 responses, number of 25, frequency said 30.9% are say same, and then 20 frequency 38.2% are said better, and 10 frequency say that they would not like to keep working from home for a long time, whereas 54.5% say that they would like to keep working from home for a long time. Then our last question is, are you getting full salary during work from home? So for this we get a pie chart. In that 47.3% don't get full salary during work from home, whereas 52.7% say that they are get full salary during work from home. And then after getting this data analysis, we get a result that due to COVID-19 pandemic, the government has advised people to avoid unnecessarily going out. So many offices start working from home for them. For this research, we get to know that 61.8% women employed faces difficulties in managing their family and work from home, and 47.3% are unable to balance their office time during work.
Okay, I would request team 1 members to switch on their videos for question answer session. Over to you, judges, Dr. Nidhi Gupta ma'am and Dr. Nimisha Kamble.
Yes, Nidhi ma'am, you can ask question. After that, I'll ask.
Okay, okay. Very wonderful study. I can't see the students. They may be there, right? It is good to see their faces if I can. But
They are there, ma'am.
They are there.
Maybe
Nidhi ma'am.
you can have a gallery view.
okay. That's okay. A very wonderful study, especially to catch upon the working women's with respect to their work from home culture, which is a need of nowadays. Very nice study. What's the name? I just forgot the name. जिसने present किया था उसने. The girl's name.
Tasneem. Is that, am I right? Tasneem Nagori?
Tasleem. Yeah, Tasleem. Because I could see your face, so I'm saying Tasleem. But it is a very nice study, बेटा. पर मुझे एक बात थोड़ी सी समझ नहीं आ रही है. पहले मैं आपको congratulations दे दूं, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अंडर ग्रेजुएट के बच्चे रिसर्च के नाम पे भाग जाते हैं. रिसर्च का जहां पे आएगा ना, बेचारों को इतनी घबराहट होने लगती है कि नहीं मैडम हम रिसर्च का नहीं कर पाते, रिसर्च तो मतलब हमारी पहुंच से बाहर है, ऐसा वर्ड उनको ऐसे समझ में आता है. सो आई रियली कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट यू दैट यू हैव द करेज टू फेस. आपने रिसर्च पेपर बनाया, प्रेजेंट किया, एंड आई नो इक्वल क्रेडिट गोज टू द मेंटर्स आल्सो, बिकॉज दे मस्ट हैव मोटिवेटेड देम, देन ओनली दैट इज पॉसिबल. तो मैं इस स्टडी में, इट इज अ ब्यूटीफुल स्टडी. आई कैन जस्ट वांटेड टू एम्फसाइज अ लिटिल ऑन द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स. बच्चों, आपके जो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स है ना, वो मुझे क्लियर नहीं हुए, क्योंकि आपने एक में दिया टू स्टडी द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ कोविड-19 ऑन द वर्किंग वुमेन. चलो ये ठीक है. उसके बाद टू सजेस्ट द रिकमेंडेशंस फॉर मेंटेनिंग वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस, वो मुझे नहीं दिखा कहीं पर. Then to know about the challenges and opportunities of online work culture, and Thirdly, to ascertain the factors that affect the work-life balance of the women of various professions. So ये 3 ऑब्जेक्टिव्स मुझे कहीं पर क्लियर नहीं दिखे जब आपके क्वेश्चंस आए तब भी. कैन यू जस्ट लेट मी नो तस्लीम व्हाट जो भी ग्रुप के बच्चे हैं अगर बोल पाए थोड़ा तो बोलो बच्चों.
Ma'am, you are
First, you
asking
can
about
answer.
वन बाय
question.
वन. आपका जो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स है ना बेटा,
Yes,
4
ma'am.
ऑब्जेक्टिव्स आपने लिए हैं अपनी स्टडी के अंदर, राइट?
Yes, yes.
उसमें 4 ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में से फर्स्ट वाला ही ऑब्जेक्टिव मुझे समझ में आ रहा है थोड़ा सा. बाकी ये रिकमेंडेशंस वाला शायद या तो ये स्टडी आपकी एक पार्ट है. इज इट अ पार्ट ऑफ ए बिगर रिसर्च?
No,
इज इट
ma'am.
दैट वे? तो इसमें ये 2, 3 और 4 ये 3 वो मुझे नहीं दिख रहे हैं. आपने वो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स नहीं कवर किए हैं.
It's not covering in data analysis. We didn't
हाँ
cover
हाँ
it.
नहीं है बेटा, मुझे नहीं दिखा. मतलब आई हैव सीन द होल पेपर. ये सेकंड, थर्ड, फोर्थ मुझे बहुत क्लियर नहीं हुए आपके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स. कैन यू जस्ट टेल मी अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट इट? एक है, मैं बताती हूँ. टू सजेस्ट द रिकमेंडेशंस फॉर मेंटेनिंग वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस ड्यूरिंग लॉकडाउन. टू सजेस्ट द रिकमेंडेशंस, मुझे लगता है वो रिकमेंडेशन वाला तो शायद लास्ट में आना चाहिए था, नहीं?
Yes, ma'am.
है ना? ओके. फिर टू नो अबाउट द चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज ऑफ ऑनलाइन वर्क कल्चर. सो इज इट दैट वे कि आपने जो क्वेश्चंस हैं वो इन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स के हिसाब से 2-3 पूछे हैं? मुझे ये आपके ना फर्स्ट वाला ठीक है, इम्पैक्ट ऑन द वर्किंग वुमेन, पर बाकी ये मुझे चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज जो हैं उसको आपने क्वेश्चन के फॉर्म में पूछा है जो आप ये बता रहे हो. इज इट
No,
दैट?
ma'am.
आई डिडंट गेट इट एग्जैक्टली. बोलो ना. मुझे आई एम वेरी ओपन रूमर. मुझे पता है कि अंडर ग्रेजुएट के बच्चों का
To know the challenges, like what challenges they face during work from home.
कैन यू रिपीट बेटा, कैन यू रिपीट?
Yeah, to know the challenges that they.
आपकी आवाज ही नहीं आ रही मुझे तो.
You are on mute, Neha.
Yeah, ma'am. Now can you hear me?
हाँ बोलो ना.
We have told that to know the challenges and opportunities what the woman faces
हाँ
during work from home.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली. तो उसके लिए आपने ये जो नीचे जो क्वेश्चंस हैं आपने बनाए हैं, उनके रिजल्ट्स जो दिए हैं वो आपने किए हैं. उसमें चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज में नेहा
Sorry, can you repeat?
आपने जो ये क्वेश्चंस किए हैं नीचे रिजल्ट्स एंड डिस्कशंस के अंदर, वो आपके क्वेश्चंस बेस्ड ऑन चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं?
Yes.
मुझे लगता है उनको थोड़ा रीफ्रेम करने की जरूरत है बेटा क्वेश्चंस को. A little bit reframing is needed. Right? Okay? आपने बहुत अच्छा किया है सबने, लेकिन एक चीज और मुझे बतानी है मैम. सॉरी. हाँ निमिषा मैम, 1 मिनट और.
Yes, yes, absolutely, ma'am.
इन्होंने जो रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर लिया है ना बच्चों, उसमें थोड़ा सा रीसेंट रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर ऐड करना चाहिए, क्योंकि उनके मैंने सारे पेपर्स देखे तो वो 13 और ज्यादातर 13 के पेपर्स हैं, 12 के और 13 के. नाउ इट इज 2021, राइट? सो देयर इज अ बिग गैप बच्चों. तो प्लीज लेटेस्ट पेपर्स अपने नेहा ऐड करना बेटा, ठीक है? या और रिकमेंडेशंस एंड फ्यूचर रिसर्च के बारे में आप कुछ कह सकते हो कि आप आगे क्या करना चाहते हो इस पेपर के बेसिस पे? क्योंकि इसमें आपने कुछ मेंशन नहीं किया है, इसलिए मैं पूछ रही हूँ. व्हाट डू यू थिंक योर पेपर एप्ट्स फॉर, मतलब उसके आगे आप क्या सोचते हो कि पेपर का कंक्लूजन क्या है? चलो ओके, व्हाट डू यू
After
कंक्लूड?
this pandemic, also can people work from home? Like
Can work
now
from
due
home.
to this, this COVID-19, So people are working from home. Can they again continue in future also? So what are the
How
opportunities?
and how does the women feel working from home? Very true. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. मैम आप निमिषा मैम आप पूछ लीजिए.
Sure. First of all, congratulations, students, for attempting to take up a very good topic, because the women have really gone through a quite dynamic, sometimes stressful, and sometimes hectic work schedule while managing personal and professional life. I just have two questions to ask. One thing is, your topic says impact of online work culture on women employees. So which sector have you taken when you say women employees? So it incorporates several sectors. So have you taken women employees from corporate sector? That is one thing. And second thing is, which area have you taken? Like, area in the sense geographical area. I mean to say demographic study wise, have you taken only Mumbai or Delhi or India or whatever? Uh, which area have you taken?
Only Mumbai.
Only Mumbai.
Only Mumbai. Okay. And employees from which sector?
All
Corporate
the
sector,
sectors.
public sector, private sector.
Corporate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Corporate.
Good, good. No issues. And your sample size was 55, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that your sample size was 55. Very good. See, congratulations. You have done a wonderful job. But I just want to suggest that your title seems to be very vague. Matlab, it should justify what research you are carrying forward. It seems very general. Employees, like, women employees can be from anywhere, from any sector. So you need to be very specific with the title. Women employees from corporate sector from Mumbai. Okay. And secondly, as ma'am said, same thing I had observed, that somewhere objectives are not getting matched with what studies you have done. And one more thing is, whenever you think of research, this is a very good step you have taken, but you should think about the scope that it is offering. मतलब अपना research वहां पे ही रुकना नहीं चाहिए. It should offer scope to others to carry it forward, to study further. Okay, so that you need to be very clear of. Okay, so otherwise, you have tried your best to do research, and congratulations. Okay.
Thank you.
That's all from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, team 1, and thank you, Dr. Nidhi Gupta ma'am and Dr. Nimisha Kamble ma'am. Moving further, I would like to invite code number 2 with the topic nutrition misinformation through WhatsApp messages amidst COVID-19 pandemic, a perspective.
Good morning, everyone. We had conducted a study, which is nutrition misinformation through WhatsApp message amidst COVID-19 pandemic. An outbreak of COVID-19 was first identified in December 2019, Wuhan, China, an extraordinary once-in-a-generation situation. WHO declared public health emergency of international concern and a pandemic in succession. The widespread of misinformation, infodemic, was named by WHO. Many people rely on online health information to learn more about how to protect themselves and their family. It's critical because relying on such misinformation may lead to adverse health outcomes. So it is therefore imperative to assess the level of awareness of people regarding the validity and reliability of these messages and devise and implement strategies to prevent the proliferation of these messages. So the present study thus attempts to assess the awareness level of people in identifying the nutritional information spread to the most widely used social media platform, that is WhatsApp, and also understanding the behavior of a layperson concerning the use of information received. There are various studies done on social media platforms and their impact on spreading of misinformation. One of the study conducted revealed that a considerable percentage of individuals developed awareness regarding the pandemic and its impact through various social media platforms. They also reported that these media helped them to learn ways of preventing the spread of information, So this indicates that these media can be effectively utilized to propagate correct information. Another study conducted by Kidsman and others studied that the vital role and impact of social media in today's era. The paper involved discussion about the traditional mindset towards social media and insists about changing and upgrading them so as to engage and utilize them in a proper and effective manner. This indicates that the upgradation of such social media platform can help people identify correct information, which may reduce the spread of misinformation.
So for methodology, an online survey was conducted among the individuals from urban areas in Maharashtra, and the inclusion criteria for the participants was 18 years of age and above who have used smartphones and have WhatsApp in their phone. The snowball sampling technique was used for this online survey, and a questionnaire was designed in Google Forms and was sent to the participants. The questionnaire included 7 viral messages related to the nutritional management of COVID, which have been selected from various newspaper articles and a feature of WhatsApp, which shows forwarded many times. The submission of the form was taken as the consent of the participants, and email ID was used to avoid multiple submission. A 5-point Likert scale was used in this survey, and this study attempts to assess the awareness level of people in identifying the nutritional misinformation spread through most widely used social media platform, that is WhatsApp, and also understanding the behavior of lay person with respect to the information that they receive. So these were a few viral messages which were mentioned in various newspaper articles. Like first one was saying that boiled garlic water can cure COVID-19. Ginger is the miracle cure for coronavirus. Then the third one was bitter gourd juice. Then avoiding meat can prevent the risk of infection. Mustard oil can prevent coronavirus. Then the sixth one was saying honey and ginger juice can cure COVID-19. And the last one was consumption of alcoholic beverages may help reduce the risk of infection. The next set of questions included how do people usually determine whether the information is valid or not? Do they search for the person that created the content or information on the internet? Do they check their credentials or degree? Do they check the date of the information published? And if it is a link, do they check their domain name? And how often do the participants forward nutritional related COVID-19 messages? So this survey generated 167 responses and 3 were duplicates, and hence they were discarded, and 164 participant survey was analyzed. Majority of the participants were from age group 18 to 30 years, that is they were young adults, and most of them were females. Majority of the participants were undergraduates or had not completed their graduation. So the people's opinion regarding the first message was that majority of the participants said that they were neutral about the message or they strongly disagreed. Then for regarding the message 2, majority of the participants were either neutral or they were agreeing. For message 3, majority of the participants strongly disagreed with the message. Regarding message 4, majority of the participants again strongly disagreed. Then regarding message 5, majority of the participants were either neutral or they disagreed. Regarding message 6, majority of the participants were neutral. And for the last question, majority of the participants strongly disagreed. And most of the participants said that they felt the need to consult a professional to determine whether the information is valid or not. Most of the participants said that they only sometimes search for the person who created the content or information. Majority of the participants said that they only sometimes check the person's credentials or degree. Most of the participants always check the date when the information was published. If they received a link, most of the participants always checked the domain name of the, and most of the participants did not forward this WhatsApp messages. So from this results, the major findings of this survey indicated that almost half of the participants were either neutral regarding the messages or they strongly disagreed with the content that was forwarded. It was found that most of the participants did not forward this WhatsApp messages, which indicated that there was a general awareness regarding the misinformation being spread through such platforms. Most participants felt the need to consult a professional regarding the veracity of the messages received. Most participants said that they search about the person who published to spread the misinformation. Similarly, a study on COVID-19 assessment concluded that there was a general awareness about the prevention of COVID-19 pandemic. Datta et al. Conducted a study on infonomics of COVID-19 among the healthcare professionals, which showed that majority of the participants found it difficult to differentiate between correct and incorrect information. So there is still will need to educate the people about how to accurately identify information and misinformation. They should use this platform to spread evidence-based nutritional information so people can be educated.
So to conclude the study, one should be aware of the misinformation spread and should do a fact check. Also, there are easy ways to deal with the misinformation, such as looking for the person behind the information, reading the entire article before concluding it, as headlines may also be misleading. Also, it is important for social media to check health information thoroughly and rigorously, and to allow experts or professionals to review it and to question the information, and also to make dynamic evidence-based corrections. Also, applying technology is an effective method to control health misinformation. And it is important that qualified dietitians and nutritionists utilizes these platforms to spread valid and reliable nutritional information. So the next is limitations. The sample size of the study was small and it was limited to urban areas of Maharashtra, where the people who have WhatsApp on their smartphones were included and who have the ability to read English. And also it was represented to the educated population of the country. So it shouldn't be generalized to the whole population. So these are the references.
I would request participant from code number 2, switch on your videos for question answer session. Over to you, judges.
Yeah. बच्चों, it was a beautiful study and that is the need of an hour, I say. बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि इतने स्प्रेड मैसेजेस होते हैं व्हाट्सएप के, बट इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू कंट्रोल एंड half of them are fake. You never know whether they are relevant or not, how much factual information is there or not. So that is a study which is a need of an hour, and especially during this pandemic era, that is very much needed. Very, very nice study. Actually, I thought that is the best study I have, बिकॉज अंडर ग्रेजुएट्स में इतने स्पेसिफिक ही स्टडीज होनी चाहिए, छोटी छोटी. आपने 7 मैसेजेस लिए और आपने उन मैसेजेस को लोगों से पूछा कि वो कितना ज्यादा उसको फॉलो करते हैं, नहीं करते हैं, व्हाट इज देयर. एंड आई रियली लाइक योर स्टडी. इट वाज अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल स्टडी. द ओनली थिंग आई वांट इज कि एक तो आप टाइटल में सेलेक्टेड व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस ऐड करो, बिकॉज यू हैव ओनली टेकन 7. सो इन योर स्टडी, आर यू ऑल लिसनिंग?
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ. तो आप अपने मैसेज के उसमें आपका जो टाइटल है उसमें आप न्यूट्रिशन मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन थ्रू सेलेक्टेड व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस amidst COVID-19 pandemic a perspective. तो आपने सिर्फ 7 लिए, तो यू गो फॉर द सेलेक्टेड व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस, राइट?
Yes.
हाँ. मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगी आपकी स्टडी. आपकी मेथोडोलॉजी बहुत क्लियर थी. वेरी क्लियर मेथोडोलॉजी यू हैव अडॉप्टेड. आपका प्रेजेंटेशन भी बहुत अच्छा था. जो आपका ग्राफिक प्रेजेंटेशन है वो भी बहुत क्लियर था. एंड देन द ओनली थिंग आई फाउंड वाज, आपने लास्ट में एक लिमिटेशन में लिखा हुआ है कि दिस इज फॉर ओनली पीपल हु हैव लिमिटेशन. इंग्लिश का कुछ लगा मुझे एक, तो हम उसको कन्वर्ट नहीं कर सकते थे आप उस मैसेज को गुजराती में या हिंदी में या आपकी जो मराठी है उसमें, तो यू वुड हैव इंक्रीज्ड योर वो आपका बढ़ जाता, जो डेटा आपका था वो रिस्पोंडेंट्स वुड हैव इंक्रीज्ड. क्योंकि एक मैसेज अभी इंग्लिश में आता है, उसके बाद वो रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में स्प्रेड हो ही जाता है. इट इज देयर यूजुअली एंड यू हैव डन इट इन महाराष्ट्र, तो आप तो मराठी में उसको कन्वर्ट करके उसका वो बढ़ा सकते थे. एनीवे, बट इट वाज अ वेरी नाइस स्टडी. आई जस्ट वांटेड टू नो कि आप उसमें एक पॉइंट ऐड करना चाहिए था जिसमें हाउ कंफर्टेबल द पर्सन इज, हाउ comfortable the respondent is, how digitally literate he or she is, because that directly relates to your WhatsApp. वो चेक कर सकता है कि नहीं कर सकता है, वो तभी चेक कर पाएगा जब वो digitally literate होगा. Do you understand? So there's one question I feel that you need to add, that how comfortable your respondent is and how digitally literate your respondent is. बाकी आपके questions बहुत अच्छे हैं. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Nimisha ma'am, please. Nimisha ma'am, हाँ.
Yes, first of all, congratulations. As ma'am said, it is need of time and a lot of fake viral messages we have been reading, and some of some of the people believe and they practice that also, and then there is disappointment. So why did I believe in such fake messages? One thing I just wanted to ask you: what challenges did you face when you were doing the research? And who suggested you this methodology? Matlab, it was your own creation. Of course, mentors must have guided you, but such a novel idea of having research methodology, how did it come to your mind? And secondly, what challenges did you face?
So first of all, we had this idea when we were in the last sem, we had a subject on research. So we just had the idea and we spoke with ma'am, but we had no idea how to go about it. But then we started collecting जो हमें WhatsApp messages ऐसा लगता था कि ये है, but they are actually misinformation. So we just started collecting it and we thought कि बाद में हम लोग देखेंगे कि उसको कैसे sort करना है. And then it just happened कि वो WhatsApp messages को हमने फिर जो ऐसा लगा कि it is nutrition related, so we put that in the study. And challenges were to find, we had to prove how the messages were actually viral. So it was hard to prove that कि वो viral क्यों है. So we then just saw a lot of newspaper articles which were talking that ये messages fake होते हैं, and उसके हिसाब से then we selected the further messages.
But at any point did you believe? हाँ बोलिए मैम आप.
मैम प्लीज मैं गलत ही बोली, आप प्लीज कैरी ऑन.
At any, I just wanted to ask them, at any point did they believe that हम लोग जो कर रहे हैं वो सही है कि somewhere they were dubious about it कि whether it will go wrong or what to do about it. So let's see. You can also ask your question so that ma'am they can ask collectively and they can answer collectively.
या मेरे को सिर्फ ये कि आपने बेटा इतनी अच्छी स्टडी की, उसमें ऑब्जेक्टिव्स और लिखने ऐड करने चाहिए थे, उसमें आपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऐड नहीं किए हुए हैं अपने में. तो प्लीज डू. ओके.
यस.
हाँ, मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगी आपकी स्टडी. आई रियली लाइक्ड इट. द ओनली थिंग इज कि आपने फ्यूचर रिसर्च का थोड़ा डिटेल में और लिखा होता तो यू वुड हैव गेन मोर पॉइंट्स. थोड़ा सा लास्ट पार्ट मिसिंग रहा, जिसके लिए मुझे थोड़ा सा ग्रज है कि आप थोड़ा और कर देते लास्ट में तो you would have got more points. That's it.
Conclusion should have been little broader.
Yeah.
That is what I also feel.
थोड़ा
और scope mention करना चाहिए था. And yes, authenticity तो है, मतलब right from the selection of the topic, the authenticity, originality is reflected, and that is the foundation of the research, original. So good. It was good attempt.
Very nice attempt. Keep it up.
Thank you, team members and judges. Moving ahead next, I would like to call code number 3 with the topic addressing the challenges of working women on work-life balance during COVID-19 pandemic.
Hello everyone. The title of our research is Addressing the Challenges of Working Women on Work-Life Balance During COVID-19 Pandemic. Introduction. COVID-19 lockdown modified each facet of our life, including the method we work. Majority of the companies, organizations, and government institutions adopted a new working style, that is work from home. Women face different challenges. Attaining satisfactory role balance is difficult for women. Working women are expected to maintain proper balance between work and family life, which in itself is an impossible story. These are the research papers of other authors that we referred. The objective of the study was to find out the changes in lifestyle of working women during COVID-19 pandemic and to understand how women maintain balance between routine household work and office work. Methodology. Descriptive design was used for the study with purposive sampling technique, sample size of 100 respondents from the city of Mumbai and Goa. For data collection, a self-constructed questionnaire was prepared based on the objective. Coding and decoding was done of the information obtained. The data is described in percentages and mean scores. Results and discussion will be continued by my partner.
Results and discussion. Figure 1 indicates the age of the respondents. The respondents belong to different age groups, that is from the age of 19 years to the age of 60 years. Figure 2 shows the working experience of the respondents. A majority, that's 64% of the respondents, had 1 to 10 years of working experience, while a handful, 12%, had a working experience of more than 12 years. Figure 3 shows us the occupation of the respondents. A majority of 78% of the respondents were in private sector of services, while 14% of the respondents were in government job and the remaining 8% of the respondents were entrepreneurs. Home experience of the respondents. A majority, that is 55% of the respondents, had more than 12 months, that is more than a year's of work from home experience, while a handful, 11% of the respondents, had no experience in working from home. Figure 5. When did the respondents switch to work from home? 78% of the respondents switched to work from home after the pandemic. 12% of the respondents did not switch at all, and the remaining 10% of the respondents had already switched to work from home. Graph 1 shows the effectiveness of work from home according to the respondents. 55% of the respondents found work from home to be effective, 16% found it very effective, 26% of the respondents found work from home to be ineffective, and the remaining 3% of the respondents found work from home to be very ineffective. Figure 6. How often respondents were asked to travel to workplace? A majority of 67% of the respondents were not asked to travel to their respective workplaces, while a handful, 10% of the respondents, traveled to their respective workplaces throughout the pandemic. Figure 7. Increase in the job workload during COVID-19 pandemic. 68% of the respondents agreed to have an increase in the job workload. 16% of the respondents did not have any workload, while the remaining 60% of the respondents may have had an increase in the workload. Table 1. Rating of comfortability according to the respondents. In Table 1, it is observed that respondents had their own level of comfort in various aspects related to their working experience. We see that more than half, 55% of the respondents were very comfortable with using basic computer operations, and 41% respondents were very comfortable using various online platforms, software, and collaborative tools. We see a division in the aspect of managing workload with increased household chores, with a majority, 30% of the respondents only being comfortable, followed by 1/4, 23% of the respondents finding it neutral, that is, neither comfortable nor uncomfortable, and 22% of the respondents finding it uncomfortable to manage tasks. 39% of the respondents felt that they were comfortable in taking good care of their health, along with balance between job work and housework. We also see majority, 47% of the respondents found it comfortable to perform well in their job. Figure 8. Getting help in doing household chores. Half of the respondents, 51%, had help in doing household chores, while the remaining 49% did not have any help in doing household chores. Figure 9. Were respondents worried about contracting the coronavirus? A majority of 90% of the respondents were worried about themselves and their family members contracting the coronavirus. Table 2. Rating the level of agreement according to the respondents. 34% of the respondents agreed, followed by 30% of the respondents who strongly agreed on having an increase in family time. A majority, 31% of the respondents agreed, followed by 1/4, 26% of the respondents who were neutral on their opinion, and 23% of the respondents strongly agreed on getting time to focus on one's health. A majority, 38%, and 27% of the respondents just agreed and strongly agreed on experiencing stress, anxiety, mental pressure, etc. 39% of the respondents experienced fatigue and or being physically weak. 34% of the respondents agreed on getting to explore new hobbies or interests. There was a majority on the neutral agreement of the respondents, that is 31% in getting essential goods, 42% in managing finances, and excelling at work along with life responsibilities, which is 45%. Figure 10 shows the behavior changes in the respondents during pandemic. 53% had positive changes, 31% had negative changes, while the remaining 16% had a mix of both the changes, that is positive and negative. Figure 11 shows us the respondents adopting any coping strategies. 52% of the respondents agreed to have used coping strategies, while 13% may have used coping strategies. In figure 12, we see that 24% of the respondents learned something new, while the other 24% continued with an old hobby, and the remaining 17% developed a new hobby as coping strategies to overcome stress. Figure 13. Work styles preferred by the respondents. 60% of the respondents prefer traditional workplace setup, while 40% of the respondents prefer working from home. Figure 14 shows us the satisfaction level of the respondents working from home. 43% of the respondents showed satisfaction, while 34% of the respondents showed semi-satisfaction, and the remaining 23% were dissatisfied with working from home.
Conclusion. This study is an attempt to understand how working women maintain their work-life balance along with the changes done by the COVID-19 pandemic. The major change observed was swapping from traditional workspace to work from home after COVID-19 pandemic. Majority of the working women were very comfortable in using basic computer operation and various online platforms, which made it easier to work from home. Most of the working women used coping strategies to overcome stress, like continued with an old hobby or learned something new. The work from home also brought positive changes among majority of the working women, like taking good care of one's own health and also increase in quality family time. Working women found work from home to be effective and were quite satisfied with the same. Working women preferred traditional workspace rather than work from home for better work-life balance. These are the references.
Kindly switch on your videos. Code number 3. Team members, judges, over to you.
निमिषा मैम आप बोलिए आज. अब आप बोलिए निमिषा मैम पहले, प्लीज.
Yes, I found a study, very detailed analysis of the challenges faced by working women, and even the presentation as well as the paper was quite thoughtfully written. That is what I feel. I just want to ask students exactly, and the topic is also quite focused. So exactly what are the challenges faced by working women? Because when I read the last two sentences of your conclusion and the whole paper, I found them little contradictory, because there are two statements given. There are two statements given. One says that it was women were satisfied to work at home, and secondly, it is stated exactly contradictory statement is written immediately after that, that women they found traditional work life better. And I just want to ask students, what is your real conclusion and what have you found out? What are the challenges that women faced during this pandemic? You have done a lot of detailed analysis, but what is the conclusion? मतलब concrete conclusion क्या है? Yes, students.
Ma'am, may I?
Yeah, please.
In our research, in our research, we found out through the questionnaire which we passed on. In that, the respondents, they showed their they. Sorry.
प्लीज गो अहेड.
हाँ, मैं बाहर निकल गई क्योंकि मुझे दूसरा कॉल आ गया ना, तो कॉल आता है ना तो मेरा इंटरनेट बंद हो जाता है.
अमृता मैम.
हाँ.
Amrita ma'am, kindly mute yourself. Yes, Jubal, continue.
Ma'am, so we can see that work from home was effective as there was no traveling involved and it was at the ease of one's home, comfort of one's home. We saw that the participants, they found work from home effective. They were satisfied, but we don't know exactly if they're satisfied with the workload along with satisfaction can also like we can say that they were satisfied because of that workload which they got. They were also having a constant income during the pandemic, because as many people they lost their jobs, so that's why they were satisfied with. And also many, they had a quality family time. They also had an opportunity to discover their interests, to learn something new, taking out a little time for themselves even with their work schedule. So maybe that's why they were satisfied. But since from so many years we have like women, working women, they have molded themselves with the traditional workplace. So they have a routine which is organized and everything. So although with work from home they were satisfied, but for a work life balance, for a proper work life balance, they had an organized routine. So that's why we see that a majority also rated the traditional workplace to be a better option rather than working from home.
I just wanted to ask the first word of your title, challenges. So
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you say in words only, what were the challenges faced by these working women when they were working from home?
Yes, ma'am. The oh yeah, go on, Muskan.
Ma'am, some of them were not having basic computer operations, and they were not having a proper management, as they have to do unbalanced work as at a home, that the more work should be done by a woman, and outside work also. So that were the challenges they all faced.
So only digital competency of computer, that was the only challenge, or were there other challenges also?
Ma'am, yes, there were other challenges. Like they mostly we see that majority of working women, they prefer a domestic help for themselves. But during the pandemic, no domestic help was allowed to any residential area. So they had to work, they had to do household chores, and we see that half of the respondents did not have any help from, because at home also we see that other members, maybe they have their own work, or in, like children, they have their schools. So that was a challenge. Plus maybe financial, maybe there was a decrease in the salaries, so that was also a challenge. Even buying essential goods, because we saw even in online platforms, it was the items were getting out of stock. So that was also a challenge.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, you can ask. Nidhi, ma'am.
Yes, your girls, your table 1 and 2, beautiful presentation. बहुत अच्छा
Thank you, ma'am.
presentation आप दोनों
Thank
का
you,
है,
Thank you,
आप
ma'am.
लोगों का है. I really like those 2 tables जो आपने graph के form में represent किए. It is really nice. But I suppose you forgot to talk about recommendations for the future research.
Yes, ma'am. But we have
आप बोलो ना,
is it
बोलो.
okay if okay, okay, ma'am. So recommendations is the work-life balance post-pandemic. We saw it during the pandemic, post-pandemic, and also if working from home is an option even after the pandemic or not for most of the working women, or
So what?
work-life balance.
Because I remember when we were allowed to work from home, शुरू में तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था. वाओ,
Yes,
कि हम
ma'am.
अपने उस पे बैठ के काम कर रहे हैं, and you are in touch with your whole family, your kids and all. But then later on you start missing your workplace,
Yes,
because you
ma'am.
know lot of things are around your workplace. You have lot of things, आपके registers वहाँ हैं, आपका बहुत सारा सामान, क्योंकि everything is not on the laptop.
Yes,
So you
ma'am.
start missing those things, and moreover that becomes a little, you know, जो आप बोल रहे हो कि आपके जो दो मैं वो देख रही थी कि कॉन्ट्रडिक्टरी स्टेटमेंट्स हैं, तो दिस इज व्हाट इवन आई फील. जब मुझसे कोई पूछेगा तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद वो दोनों ही चीजें हैं. आई वांटेड टू बी विद माय फैमिली,
Yes,
but I
ma'am.
didn't wanted to work with my you know
Yes, ma'am.
comfortable with my
Yes,
workplace.
ma'am.
That is there. I agree with you.
Yes, ma'am. A formal
अच्छा,
setup
बहुत
was
अच्छा
missing.
पेपर है आप लोगों का, और बहुत
Thank,
डिटेल स्टडी किया है.
thank you, ma'am.
ऑल
Thank
टुगेदर
you, ma'am.
आपका जो ऑल टुगेदर प्रेजेंटेशन है, दैट इज आल्सो रियली गुड, क्योंकि मेरे सामने है अभी, तो भी मुझे वो देख के मुझे लग रहा है आप लोगों ने रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर वगैरह भी बहुत अच्छे से
Yes.
किया है, एंड योर
Thank you, ma'am.
ऑब्जेक्टिव्स रिफ्लेक्ट व्हाट यू हैव डन. आई
Thank you,
जस्ट
ma'am.
वांटेड टू
Exactly.
नो कि आप थोड़ा सा मेथोडोलॉजी पे बताओगे. हाउ डिड यू प्रोसीड, मतलब विद योर, आपका एक बार आपने अपना चलो क्वेश्चनेयर फाइनल किया, उसके बाद हाउ डिड यू स्टार्ट सर्चिंग आउट फॉर द सैंपल्स? कैसे आपने अपना सैंपल सिलेक्शन कैसे किया, मुझे बताओ ना थोड़ा सा।
Ma'am, sample selection, it was a purposive
हाँ,
sampling
वो मैंने
technique.
देखा आपका लिखा हुआ है।
So
यस,
yes, ma'am. So ma'am, it was like we share we knew like people, our friends who are working, who had a work from home setup. So we told them if you could forward to your friends, female friends. So
okay, so that
as
is
they could
snowball sampling.
yes, yes, ma'am. Like we knew actually a lot of them, and a few we took from like
And the most
mom
surprising
के
thing I
friends है
हाँ
and
हाँ
our friends
okay
है.
okay
Yes,
okay
ma'am. Yes,
okay
ma'am.
वो
Yes, ma'am.
सिटी ऑफ मुंबई एंड स्टेट ऑफ गोवा, तो
Yes,
वो
ma'am.
मुझे थोड़ा सा लोकल में हाउ गोवा केम इनटू द पिक्चर।
We have
Only
a
Goa.
friends over there also.
Yes, ma'am.
So
We have
we
friends like who are
अच्छा,
working
so it
from
was a
home. So
convenient sampling
yeah,
basically. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But good, nice study.
Thank
अगर
you.
आप आगे इस रिसर्च को कैरी आउट करना चाहो तो थोड़ा हाइपोथेसिस फ्रेम करना अपने मेंटर्स के साथ, so
Yes,
that
ma'am.
will really work out to be a very nice study जिसपे
Thank you,
आप
ma'am.
बहुत कुछ कर सकते हो आगे।
Yes, ma'am.
Good
yes,
one,
ma'am.
congratulations बच्चों।
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, team. Thank you, judges. Next, code number 4 with the topic Impact of COVID-19 on Academics and Social Emotional Development of Young Adults.
Good afternoon. Warm greetings to judges, staff members, and our friends present here. The title of our paper today is Impact of COVID-19 on Academics and Socio-Emotional Development of Young Adults. Introduction. The effect of pandemic is already taking a devastating toll on millions of people. Of all the heartbreaking effects of COVID-19, its impact of young adults on board could prove to be the most damaging. Education, social emotional development seems to be the most affected one. Literature review. A study done by TASO revealed that college students are affected by COVID-19 on several aspects, including change and fear of online teaching and learning, fear of contracting the virus for self and other friends and family members. Another study conducted by Basheji in Jordan on more than 4,000 participants found that the COVID-19 pandemic is negatively affecting mental health, causing anxiety and depressions. Rational. Huge number of studies have provided insights into the impact of COVID-19 in varied aspects of young adults' lives. The study was undertaken to understand the perception of young adults in Mumbai and its suburbs regarding the impact on their health, academic, social relationships, and emotional health. Further, I would ask my team member to continue with aims and objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Aim and objectives. Aim to find out the perception of young adults regarding the impact of COVID-19 on academic and socio-emotional development of young adults. Objectives to explore the perception of young adults about the impact of COVID-19 on their academic, to find out the impact of COVID-19 on social relationships. Young adults in the age group of 18 to 23 years living in Mumbai and its suburbs, tool self-constructed questionnaire with 2 pairs. The first part has 6 statements to be ranked from 1 to 10 or one statement ranked from 1 being least preferred and 10 being the most preferred. The second part had 25 statements to be marked on 5-point Likert scale, seeking information about the impact on social relationship, academic and emotional state due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now my another team member will continue with result and discussion.
Coming to the results and discussion, the demographic profile, the age group of our respondents, majority of our respondents were among the age group 18 to 20 years and most of them were girls. The location was, majority of them were from urban areas, that is 63.9%. Concern about one's own health, The figure indicates that 31.1% of the respondents were highly concerned and 18.9 and 17.2 were concerned about their health. Concern about family members, 48.4% of respondents were highly concerned and 21.3% were concerned about their family members' health. Concern about emotional well-being, 36.1% were highly concerned about their own emotional health. Regarding academic progress and achievements, 39.3% of young adults were highly concerned about their academic progress and achievements and 19.7% were concerned. Regarding career and future plans, 54.5% of the youth were extremely concerned about their future plans. Studies affected due to pandemic, 43% of respondents strongly agree and 23% respondents agree that the studies have been heavily affected due to pandemic. Online mode of learning. 32% of people were neutral on whether online mode of learning was interesting, whereas 8.2% people agreed that online mode of learning is interesting. Preference regarding online assessment. 30.3% of people were neutral about the preference for online assessment, whereas 21.3% did not prefer online. Saving time in online classes. 22.1% of young adults strongly agree and 32% agreed that online learning saves a lot of time spent in traveling long distance to reach college. Multitasking. 13.9% of participants strongly agree, 26.5 participants agree that they can attend online classes and do household work and also other extra things effortlessly. Domestic chores during pandemic, 43.4% of young adults strongly agree and 31.1% agree that there is an increase in domestic work due to lockdown situation. Social life in pandemic, 30.3% of respondents strongly agree and 36.9% agree that pandemic has created a distance between friends and social circle. Views regarding life without friends, 70.5% of them miss meeting their friends and sharing fun times with them. Views regarding connectivity with social circle, 24.6% of respondents strongly agree and 35.3% agree that they have difficulties in maintaining connectivity with friends and family members. Regarding spending time with family, 26.2% of respondents strongly agree and 39.3% agree that they have grown closer to family members due to spending time at home with them. Value of human relationships. 40.2% of participants strongly agree and 33.6% agree that the pandemic has made them realize the value of human relationships. Concerns regarding sleep patterns, 10.7% of respondents strongly agree and 23% agree that they had difficulties in falling asleep. Feelings of frustration and helplessness. 46.7% respondents strongly agree that they feel helpless and frustrated when they hear about the numbers of people affected during pandemic. Anxiety levels. 32% of people strongly agreed and 28.7% agreed that pandemic has increased their anxiety levels. Further, my team member will continue with the conclusion and recommendation.
So here we have concluded that the participants reported being very concerned about their own health of the family members and their friends. The young adults were highly concerned about the effectiveness of the education, online learning, and its impact on their career, prospects, and future plans for higher education. They strongly agree that the studies have been affected by the pandemic and the lockdown. Emotional well-being of the respondents is greatly affected by the pandemic. Many of them strongly agree that pandemic has brought about an increase in stress levels related to financial problems faced by the families. On the flip side, majority of the respondents reported that lack of hands-on experience and no opportunity for internship created a huge gap in learning. Majority of them missed meeting their friends and sharing fun times with them. Conclusions. In the event of pandemic, people's physical health and reducing the death rate are the primary focus. The huge impact on mental health often tends to be overlooked. The pandemic has the potential to affect college students physically, academically, financially, and psychologically. The COVID-19 pandemic is making a significant negative impact on mental health of college students. Proactive efforts to support the mental health and well-being of students are needed. Recommendations. It is recommended that a detailed systematic review will help find out relevant evidence about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on mental health of young adults people in order to address the gap in literature as well as guide important strategy and help policy decision making in society. It is also recommended that parents and teachers have an important role to play in the promotion of mental health among students. Teaching the most important life skills, that is coping with stress, coping with emotion, optimism, problem solving, and building resilience. Communication has to be more open and non-directive among friends and family members, providing opportunity to learn responsibility, accountability, involvement, and collaboration. creating peer support system, identification, and reference to specialty mental health providers. References. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly switch on your videos.
निमिषा मैम बोलिए.
Students.
Yes, sure. Okay. Good students, I found your study quite interesting and you could relate it because it was the study from your age group, isn't it? Because it was reflecting the way you have framed the questions. Quite close analysis can be observed in your study and you could feel it, you could understand it because you have undergone through it. That, like, I really admire. And you have done quite what we say well versed or rather all round studies you have done wherein you have framed the questions. But I just want to ask you one thing, that when you framed the questions or selected the topic, nowhere it is mentioned whether you have collected data only from the city people and what about the rural crowd. Okay, like nowhere it is mentioned. That specification has to be there right from the title, and then it should reflect in your whole research. Like your title is, if I am not mistaken, impact of COVID-19 on academics and socio-emotional development of young adults. Very well framed title. एकेडमिक सोशो कल्चरल सारे स्पेसिफिकेशंस आ रहे हैं, बट इसमें कहीं पे तो बेटा सिटी क्राउड या अर्बन एरियाज और whatever, like that should have been mentioned. क्योंकि हम लोग इतना फ्लो में चले जाते हैं ना, because we are from city, we concentrate only on city people, but there is vast majority of people living in rural areas also, and there are also young people, their studies were also neglected, they were also under pressure, but that was not it's okay, you can study this city, but that you should have mentioned in, because मैं बहुत बार मैंने आपका पेपर देखा कि कहीं पे तो मेंशन किया होगा कि डेवलपमेंट ऑफ यंग एडल्ट्स फ्रॉम सिटी और फ्रॉम अर्बन एरियाज, ये मेंशन मुझे लगा मेरे से छूट गया, इसके लिए मैं बार बार देख रही थी, बट आई डिडंट फाइंड दैट. So that you should have been specific about it, because the topic is it seems very general. Okay, but otherwise I really appreciate the efforts that you have taken and the kind of thinking you have done for framing the questions. Okay, good.
वेरी नाइस स्टडी बच्चों, वेरी डिटेल. पर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये शायद तुम्हारे लेवल की स्टडी नहीं है. पता नहीं, सोशियो इमोशनल वाला आपने लिकर्ट के स्केल बनाए हैं. So I'm quite impressed with the type of work you people have done by framing the scales. But do you know how to make the scales? Basically, आपने कैसे किया बच्चों? कैसे statements कैसे frame किए? जरा मुझे ये बताओ. How have you made your statements? आपने इसमें फर्स्ट वाले में तो मेंशन ही नहीं किया मुझे इसमें कि कितने स्टेटमेंट्स हैं, तो वो मैंने लिखा था कि उसमें आया ही नहीं है कितने स्टेटमेंट्स हैं. तो आपके प्रेजेंटेशन में था 6, है ना?
Ma'am, can I answer?
Please.
Ma'am, for set 1, we had 6 questions. Those were very personal questions regarding concern, like how concerned you are for the statements we have framed. And another set, we had 25 statements where we were, the questions are mostly about how your academics are going on and are you able to maintain a relationship between friends and family, and about the emotions, like how well you are able to manage your emotions during this time. And also we did try putting questions regarding rural and urban for very first slide, where we were asked that what's your location, that is rural or urban, but yes, we failed to put the questions particularly for the people in areas where they are very like not able to connect to schools and other institutions due to Wi-Fi and network problem and other problems.
इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी. यस. मेरा क्वेश्चन बेटा क्या था, मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि आपने स्टेटमेंट कैसे फ्रेम किए. आपने लिकर्ट टाइप स्केल लिया है ना, आपने उसमें लिखा है, 2 हैं आपके, 1 to 10 आप ले रहे हो स्टेटमेंट्स, 6 स्टेटमेंट्स हैं उसमें, और एक 25 आपने अभी बताया. तो हाउ डू यू गो अबाउट? मुझे तो लगता है कि मेरे पास 15 स्टेटमेंट्स होने चाहिए. हाउ डू यू लैंडेड अपॉन ओनली 6 स्टेटमेंट्स?
Ma'am, actually, we got so many, like we collected so many as we were 4 of us. So from that, we selected 6, and it was all about how we are going to, like we kept ourselves in mind and thought everything, like abhi hamara education kaise chal raha hai, and seeing with also education we are also doing some household things, helping parents and family at home, and also not able to meet friends, and also it was our last year, so how it was upsetting a little bit as we couldn't go to colleges and have those fun times we used to have earlier.
तो आपने स्टडी तो बायस नहीं की ना, अपने पे लेके की हो?
No ma'am. No ma'am, but we kept
निमिषा मैम ने बोला ही कि ये तो आप ही की स्टडी है बेसिकली, वो तो मैम ने बोला ही, इट रिफ्लेक्ट्स योर ओन एज ग्रुप.
Yes ma'am.
है ना? I just all one thing also I want to know कि आपने 18 to 23 years लिखा है. This you got it after you got your data?
No ma'am, we
Or you
basically
selected that?
No ma'am, we have selected, we did kept 2 choice, like 2 options for age groups, and then majority were this age group.
Majority were this age group. I mean 18 to 23. So usually it is 18 to 25. हम जब generally कुछ भी सर्वे
correct.
वगैरह करते हैं और कुछ करते हैं ना, तो the general it is 18 to 25. And after 25 we believe कि भाई वो बड़े हो गए अब. So these are the young adults we talk about, 18 to 25. The 23 was looking a little odd to me. इसीलिए मैंने आपसे पूछा कि 18 to 23 का फंडा क्या है?
Exactly.
इट्स ओके. अभी तो वैसे भी बहुत लिमिटेशंस रही होंगी आपकी स्टडीज के दौरान, क्योंकि सैंपल सिलेक्शन वुड हैव बीन अ ग्रेट जॉब कि आप कैसे सैंपल कलेक्ट करोगे और कैसे करोगे. एक चीज और बच्चों मुझे आपसे जो पूछनी है, मैम प्लीज इफ यू परमिट, निमिषा मैम.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
आपने ना बच्चों फर्स्ट वाले में क्यों 1 to 10 लिया है? प्रेफरेंस लिया है ना आपने 1 to 10. फर्स्ट वाले उसमें सेल्फ कंस्ट्रक्टेड क्वेश्चनर के आपने 2 पार्ट्स बोले. वन वाज आपने उसे 1 से 10 तक रैंक दिया है. Why you have taken 1 to 10? You know 1 to 10 is a very difficult measurement. उसको 1 से 10 में रैंकिंग करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है, और वो तभी कर सकते हैं हम जब हमारे पास कोई बहुत एक्सपर्ट पैनल्स हो या पीपल हो जो 9 से 10 या 7 से 8 के बीच में डिफरेंस कर सकते हो. अदरवाइज वी यूजुअली गो फॉर अ 5 पॉइंट रेटिंग स्केल. आपने 9 10 तक रैंकिंग की है, उसका प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छा किया हुआ है, पर मुझे आपने जो अपने ग्राफ्स देखे, यू कैन मेक आउट कि उसमें ज्यादा कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है बीच में. देयर आर मोर ऑन 9 and 10 स्केल एंड समवेयर फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड के स्केल पे. हैव यू सीन योर ग्राफ्स ऑफ 1 to 10 वाले? उसमें देखे ना बच्चों, है ना? तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि यू मतलब 10 तक का लेने का कोई मतलब था नहीं. यू वुड हैव गॉन फॉर 1 to 5 ओनली. That was my suggestion. But it was a very nice study. आप आगे रिजल्ट्स और रिकमेंडेशंस में और भी बहुत कुछ रख सकते हो. And yes, teachers and parents play a very important role in the social well-being of the young adults. That is very much needed nowadays. क्योंकि बच्चे इतने ज़्यादा frustrated हो गए हैं कि उनका social well-being and mental well-being has become very important. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you, judges. Code number 5 with their topic, digital dependency of youth during COVID-19 pandemic. Ashmat, kindly share the screen.
Ashmat, what happened?
Hello everyone. The topic of our research is digital dependency of youth during COVID-19 pandemic. Now it's been more than a year that we have been trapped in our houses due to COVID-19 pandemic, and we have become digitally dependent. This digital world has various impacts on young minds. It influences them in many ways. It is addiction for some and necessity for others. But whatever it is during pandemic, we are always online. There are various objectives of our research and they are as follows. To find the popularity of OTT amongst the youth. To find the behavior of young regarding access to social media. The new developing skills in youth through online learning. To know the online shopping behavior of youth during pandemic. To know the views of youth regarding issues related to online education, and finally to know online gaming habits of the youth. We have reviewed various literature through web sources, newspapers and magazines. A survey method was used for the study. The sample population decided was young people in the age group of 18 to 29 years, and total 180 respondents participated in this study. The data was collected through Google Forms and the findings were analyzed using percentages to draw interpretations. Coming to results and discussion, you can see the age group and the gender. Out of which around 72% were students and 39% were working. Through this survey, we had found that Netflix is one of the most popular OTT platform amongst the youth, followed by Amazon Prime and Disney Plus Hotstar. Youth prefers using apps like Telegram, uTorrents and Top TV and websites like YouWatch and GoTV that provides movies and web series for free from all across the world. And 88% of the youth agrees that they prefer free sites instead of paying money to the various OTT sites. But the same youth also says that having subscription to this OTT platform gives them a good status in the society. OTT platforms provide uncensored contents that contains nudity, and youth watches it for the various reasons like entertainment, curiosity, sex education and thrill. And 89.6% of people spend around 2 to 4 hours every day on various OTT platforms. 82% of people say that they prefer watching series that promotes violence, crime, action and abusive words, and this may influence their thinking. Whereas 90% of people say they prefer OTT platform because it is easily accessible. 94% of the youth say that instead of sharing their emotions with their elders or loved ones, they prefer sharing it on their stories and status of various social media. 92% of people say that social media is the platform where they can find like-minded people and professionals from various fields. 90% of the youth have used their time during this pandemic in learning various skills like cooking, coding, learning English, etc. And 81% of youth say that social media is the only medium for them to interact with their friends and families. Through this survey, we had found that Instagram is one of the most popular social media amongst the youth, followed by WhatsApp and Snapchat. Youth say that they have somehow faced cyberbullying. 89% of the people's life has become online learning or online working during this pandemic. Every day, around 33% of the people spend around 1 to 2 hours regularly for online education or working, whereas 24% of the people spend more than 5 hours every day. There are various effects of online learning on students like burning sensation in eyes, gaining weight, back pain due to bad posture, neck or shoulder pain, and due to continuous use of headphones, students are also facing hearing issues. During online lectures, many learners turn off their camera and do some other work, example exploring Instagram or scrolling through memes. As being a student, I myself experienced this, and yes, it is true. Many students dream to study abroad but can't afford it, but online education platforms provide certified courses on your fingertips and it is feasible, and 94% of youth have agreed to this point. As during the pandemic, all the malls and shopping centers are being closed, so online shopping is the only mode remain for us. And 56% of the youth agree that they more often prefer online shopping as compared to offline shopping. But the online shopping also has a few issues, like the colors differ, sizes are not available, sometimes the defective piece are being delivered and there is no guarantee of the item, and sometimes fraud things have been delivered. In this survey, we had found that Amazon is one of the most popular shopping site amongst the youth, followed by Flipkart and Myntra. People choose online shopping to save time, to get various options as it provides better prices and discounts, and it is very convenient. 82% of the youth spend around 1 to 2 hours daily on online games, and 81% of the people play free online games instead of the paid ones. Online games causes psychological issues like anxiety, stress and depression, as 80% of the online playing gamers have agreed to this point. Many internet influencers go live on YouTube to play online games and raise funds through super chat, and 78% of the youth find it appropriate. Conclusions. The youth is increasingly becoming digitally dependent on various platforms due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Young people are using mobiles for learning as well as for entertainment, as there is no socialization and hanging out with friends, hence the dependency is significantly increased. Few students agree that online learning is better than offline learning, but as a youth, many of them like physical learning, going out to college, eating in canteen, meeting friends, visiting libraries, etc. However, they feel atheist that education time is not wasted due to online learning. In virtual classrooms, the students turn off the videos and switch to other apps, watching memes, playing games and listening to music, etc. It is seen that during the initial months of pandemic, many people started playing various online games to spend their time due to lockdown, but later few of them got addicted to it and few experienced various mental illness like stress, depression and anxiety. These are the various links to our literature.
Team members, kindly switch on your videos and be ready for question answers. Yeah. Over to you, judges.
थैंक यू लोपा. बच्चों मुझे थोड़ा टॉपिक में आपके ऐड करने जैसा लग रहा है. वेरी नाइस एंड वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. आपने बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट कवर किए हैं इसके अंदर अपने रिसर्च में, पर आपका टॉपिक है डिजिटल डिपेंडेंसी ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक. वो ना क्या बोलते हैं, ऐसे टाइप लग रहा है. इट इज मोर लुकिंग लाइक अ essay rather than a research topic. So it has to be either extent of digital dependency. ऐसा कुछ आपको अपने टॉपिक में ऐड करना पड़ेगा, तभी वो पता चलेगा कि आप उसे एनालाइज कर रहे हो. इट इज मोर द टॉपिक अपीयर्स लाइक एन एसे, कि आप कोविड-19 के ऊपर डिजिटल डिपेंडेंसी के ऊपर एक एसे लिख रहे हो. डू यू गेट माय पॉइंट बच्चों? कैन यू हियर?
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ, आपका है बहुत अच्छा. और दूसरी चीज जो मुझे लग रही है कि आपने बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट एक साथ ले लिए हैं. इतनी सारी चीजें कवर करनी है एक साथ, तो वो मुझे थोड़ा सा लग रहा है कि आपने यू हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स, यू हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट द बिहेवियर ऑफ यूथ related to social media, then you have talked about online learning, then you have talked about shopping behavior, then you have talked about issues relating to online education and gaming. इन सब के ऊपर एक एक पूरी पीएचडी हो जाएगी. मतलब मुझे लग रहा है कि बहुत सारे टॉपिक्स आपने ले लिए हैं एक साथ, और इसकी वजह से आप जस्टिस नहीं कर पाए हो सबके साथ एक साथ. You should have taken one and then gone into the details of it. This is what I could make out from this research. अच्छी स्टडी है, बहुत कुछ किया है, पर उसमें ये क्लैरिटी नहीं आ रही है कि आपने इसमें जो पूछा है वो क्वेश्चंस के थ्रू है, स्टेटमेंट्स के थ्रू है, और कैसे, मतलब एक एक क्वेश्चन पूछ के आपने एक एक ऑब्जेक्टिव क्लियर किया है. मुझे वो थोड़ी क्लैरिटी आपके इसमें, आपका एक क्वेश्चन और उसके बाद एक ऑब्जेक्टिव एंड दो क्वेश्चंस, ऐसा कुछ है. हाउ हैव यू गॉन विद इट?
Ma'am, may I clear your doubt?
हाँ प्लीज.
Ma'am, we had circulated a Google form in which we had given all the questions to the participants, and then depending upon the questions, we have also given the options to them.
So it was like a particular, and we also divided the components. Like we are talking about OTT. So
How many
there were
questions were there in OTT?
12 questions in all.
12 questions in all means in OTT only?
Yes, ma'am.
In OTT platforms, you have 12 questions.
Yes.
And then somewhere behavior of youth regarding
Social media also.
उसमें अलग questions हैं.
Yes,
ऐसा?
yes, around, sorry ma'am, so sorry. There were 6 questions on OTT and 6 on social media. I'm so sorry that I just got a bit confused.
It's okay. कोई बात नहीं. आप बोलो, comfortably बोलो और बिना nervous हुए बोलो.
Yes, ma'am. There were 6 questions on OTT and 6 on social media. And then later followed by 5 questions on learning, online learning. Then 5 questions on online shopping. And a few questions on online gaming also.
वही मैं बोल रही हूँ, आपने बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स एक साथ ले लिए हैं, तो आपको उसको क्लब करना, कंक्लूड करना वुड हैव बीन वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट. आपको रहा होगा मुझे लगता है. और कहीं पर भी मेंशन नहीं किया हुआ है क्वेश्चन वाइज करके. आपने नहीं, आपने पूरा एक साथ क्लब कर दिया है पूरा ऑब्जेक्टिव एंड देन यू हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट इट, राइट? आई हैव सीन द पेपर. तो आई थिंक अगर हम, आपने इतना सारा काम किया है तो इट शुड रिफ्लेक्ट फ्रॉम योर पेपर that you have done so much of work. ठीक है, हमें पता नहीं चल रहा था कि आपने कैसे स्टेटमेंट्स लिए हैं, क्या किया है, क्योंकि आपका उसमें कहीं पर भी लास्ट में लिखा हुआ आ रहा है एक पैराग्राफ में कि ये है, ये ऐसा है, ये ऐसा है, ये ऐसा है. यू गेट माय पॉइंट बच्चों? तो मुझे लगता है कि या तो आप क्वेश्चन वाइज जाओ या आप एक ही को कवर करो, पहले पूरे 6 क्वेश्चन डिस्क्राइब करो एंड देन हैव अ कंक्लूजन, राइट? आपने कंक्लूजन ही लिखे हुए हैं जनरली, मैंने जो देखा है आपके परसेंटेजेस में. एम आई राइट? आप प्रतीक्षा?
यस मैम.
एम आई रॉन्ग? मुझे तो हर जगह कहीं पर भी परसेंटेजेस नहीं दिखे आपके. आपके जो उसमें आपके सिर्फ ग्राफ्स हैं, अग्री और डिसअग्री. तो आपने वो टोटल कंबाइन कर दिए हैं स्टेटमेंट्स, 6 स्टेटमेंट्स, और उसके बाद ये ओपिनियन दी है. इज इट दैट वे?
यस मैम.
क्योंकि हमें क्वेश्चंस कहीं दिख नहीं रहे हैं बेटा. मतलब इसमें आपके यहाँ जैसे ये शोज 88% ऑफ द यूथ स्ट्रांगली एग्रीज टू द फैक्ट दैट दे प्रेफर वाचिंग मूवीज एंड वेब सीरीज. तो मतलब उसमें हमें परसेंटेजेस और वो कि कितने लोग, क्या आपने हमें अमेजोन का बताया, वो सब मुझे ऐसे नहीं पता चलता है हमें.
मैम, on each and every graph there was a question written on it.
नहीं है. Reflects the use of, हाँ देखो देखो, reflects the use of free platform instead of paid OTT. ये क्वेश्चन है बस, राइट? और उसके बाद आपका ये जो पूरा हेडिंग है ये OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स है. तो उसमें इसका मतलब काफी सारे क्वेश्चंस एक साथ आ गए हैं, क्योंकि आपने यहाँ पर कहीं पर परसेंटेजेस तो मेंशन नहीं किए हैं और कहीं पर भी एक्सेप्ट दिस पाई चार्ट, है ना? राइट? बहुत अच्छी स्टडी है ये, नहीं मैं कह रही कुछ भी, आपने बहुत काम किया है बेटा. वो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आपका काम आपके पेपर में रिफ्लेक्ट होना चाहिए था, जो नहीं हुआ है. ओके, इट इज अ वेरी नाइस वन. मैम निमिषा मैम प्लीज, मैं बच्चे को और नर्वस नहीं करूंगी.
Yes, first of all, congratulations, students. You have really tried to cover an extensive area of research. बहुत ज्यादा काम किया है आपने. But the thing is, again, as ma'am stated, there is little vagueness right from the title. Digital dependency बोल के पहले पता नहीं चलता है कि मतलब what exactly you are trying to cover. Okay, then we read abstract, we become little clear, and later on when I was just going through your this thing, so it was going on increasing कि अरे ये भी किया है, ये भी किया है, gaming, shopping है, whatever. Then I thought like, you know, because when you try to cover too many things, you're not able to do justice with one single thing. Okay, बहुत ज्यादा चीजें करने जाते हैं तो एक पे भी फोकस नहीं कर पाते हम लोग. And that's why a little vagueness we find in your whole study. And actually, as ma'am said, every topic you take, it can be an extensive paper of research. एक एक टॉपिक पे आप अगर 4-5 लोग हो तो एक एक टॉपिक ले लो और आगे इसका एक रिसर्च पेपर बनाओ. मतलब that will be a very good like you know thing to forward. And इसमें स्कोप भी है बहुत ज्यादा. मतलब your paper is of scope. OTT वगैरह तो अभी तो इमर्ज हो रहा है, मतलब it's booming. So you have got very good like futuristic study और जो scope बहुत ज्यादा है इसमें, but the thing is less clarity. Okay, so be little focused and go ahead with it. Good attempt. मतलब I'm just thinking how you must have done it, कि इतनी सारी चीजें कैसे की होंगी आपने ऐसा. ठीक है,
मतलब हम जब एक कोई गूगल फॉर्म सर्कुलेट करते हैं ना बच्चों, तो हम दिमाग में ये भी रखते हैं कि रिस्पोंडेंट कितनी देर बैठ पाएगा हमारे क्वेश्चनर के ऊपर. तो आई एम रियली वरीड कि आप पे तो बेचारे रिस्पोंडेंट्स ने बहुत काम किया होगा. है ना?
Yes, yes.
बहुत मेहनत कराई आपने
That's true.
रिस्पोंडेंट्स को. But really great effort from your side. All of you, great job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, बच्चों.
Thank you,
Thank you,
team.
ma'am.
Thank you, judges. Moving ahead with code number 6. Topic: awareness and perception of the term coronavirus and its effects on the workplace according to the participant 18 to 37 years.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for selecting our paper. Our topic for today is awareness and perception of the term coronavirus and its effect on the workplace according to the participant 18 to 37 years. Our research was undergraduate study done by me and my group members and guided by a research guide. Next. First of all, I would like to give you an overview of the objective from our topic. So firstly, the main reason we choose this topic because of the current COVID-19 crisis and how it has been affecting the life of the people, and to know about the coronavirus and also about the work-life changes. Next. Let's focus on the sample characteristic. We have questioned the sample size of 150 participants for our research, out of which 75 were male participants and 75 were female participants. The age of the participant is displayed on the slide. We also observe that almost all the participants follow Islam community. Next. This leads me to my next point, that the inclusive criteria. So as our research were primarily based on studies, we choose adult participation 18 to 37 as coronavirus has affected the economy at large and its effect on the workplace. Also, the individual who knew English were considered, and the exclusive criteria for the study, thus individual who was unfamiliar with the Google form were excluded. Next. Next. Procedure for the data collection. Firstly, we made the review of literature, then we got it finalized by our guide, and based on a review of literature, we made qualitative and quantitative questionnaire. This was then converted into Google form and circulated using the snowball technique. We got n number of response, out of which 150 were selected based on the sample age. Next.
Now moving on the result, when the participants were asked what according to them is the meaning of the term coronavirus, a little less than of the half of the participants, both participants 49%, stated that the coronavirus is an infectious disease, whereas 1/3 of the participants said that it was a cause severe acute respiratory 30 age group prone to the COVID-19. When the participants, male and female, were asked which age group is prone to the coronavirus, large majority of the participants, 74%, said that they feel any age group can be prone to the coronavirus, and age group as a factor. It is not the only factor responsible for the coronavirus. Next. Effect of COVID pandemic can Indian economy. When the participants were asked their viewpoint whether has their pandemic affect the Indian economic, substantial majority of the participants, both male and female, 91% stated that this pandemic has surely affected the Indian economic, and the reason stated by the half of the male and female participants was joblessness 50% and decrease in the market value lockdown repercussion. In next, industries affected by COVID. Substantial majority of the participants, 86% stated that the health industry was one of the major industries that was affected due to the coronavirus. A little more than half of the participants, 54%, stated sports and entertainment. Challenges faced by the business sector due to the COVID-19. When we ask participants that there are challenges faced by the business sector, majority of the participants answered financial implications 63%, whereas the other challenges faced were making new health, safety regulation, availability of client and capital of client.
Moving on the next question, that is, they change their job if their organization imposes salary cut. More than half of the participants stated yes, if they get a better offer. Now let's look to the comfortable level in resuming offline work after the lockdown, where little more than 1/3 of the participants answered that they neither comfortable nor uncomfortable. They have neutral opinion. Next. Last but not least, coronavirus impact the way your business operate in long term. Well, little more than half of the participants stated will go back to the normal with some change. Next. In conclusion, let me sum up my main point that we understood from the research was about the methodology of coronavirus and its effect on workplace. Also, from the response from that we received, it was pretty reasonable that the majority of participants are aware of coronavirus can occur at any age group. And age is not just one factor that is leading cause of being the coronavirus victim. And our research was to assist organizations to make them aware that there are concern of employees sector toward moving back to offline working, and thus taking the precautionary measure to deal with the issue become the need of the hour. Next. These are the references. Next. That's bring me to the end of the presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Students, kindly switch on your videos. Team number 6. Yeah. Over to you, judges.
निमिषा मैम मैं पूछूं?
हाँ, yes ma'am. Please go ahead. Yes, yes.
मुझे टॉपिक बच्चों आपका ना थोड़ा क्लियर नहीं हो रहा है. Awareness and perception of the term coronavirus and its effect on the workplace according to the participants. उसमें क्लैरिटी कम है. एंड सेकेंडली आपने जो अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव में मेल फीमेल लिखा है उसके बदले कैन वी जस्ट स्किप दैट मेल एंड फीमेल पार्ट एंड जस्ट राइट द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स. मैंने देखा कि आपने एक कंपैरेटिव जेंडर स्टडी की है अबाउट द अवेयरनेस एंड परसेप्शन, बट दैट शुड रिफ्लेक्ट इन योर टॉपिक. बोलो बच्चों. एक मिनट मैं आपका वो खोल ही लेती हूँ पेपर भी, तो मुझे ज्यादा क्लैरिटी आ जाएगी.
एग्रीड मैम.
आपका पेपर, आपका जो वीडियो प्रेजेंटेशन था वो बहुत अच्छा था, बहुत क्लियर था.
थैंक यू मैम.
बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत क्लियरली आपने वो प्रेजेंट किया है अपना. वीडियो प्रेजेंटेशन आपका बहुत अच्छा था. जो आपका आपने पावरपॉइंट तैयार किया दैट वाज रियली गुड.
थैंक यू मैम.
आई जस्ट वांट, आई एम नॉट क्लियर अबाउट द टॉपिक. उसमें मुझे लगता है थोड़े से चेंजेस आपको अपने टॉपिक में कर देने चाहिए. थोड़ा कंफ्यूजिंग सा लग रहा है. Awareness and perception of the term coronavirus and its effect on the workplace according to the, this is according to the participants only ना. Why do you need
Yes.
to mention according to the participants? ये तो हम किसी में भी नहीं ऐड करते हैं कभी भी, because everything is based on the respondents जो responses only. Do you get
Yes,
it?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And moreover, मुझे लग रहा है आप उसके अंदर कुछ जेंडर कंपैरेटिव स्टडी या जेंडर स्टडी ऐसा कुछ ऐड कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि आपने मेल एंड फीमेल्स का बहुत अच्छे
Yes.
से कंपैरेटिव टेबल्स दिखाए हैं.
Yes, ma'am.
अदरवाइज द स्टडी इज रियली गुड. दो और क्वेरीज हैं. एक,
Yes, ma'am.
आपने इस्लाम कम्युनिटी लिए क्योंकि यू वर कनेक्टेड विद दैट कम्युनिटी. इज इट
Yes,
दैट वे?
ma'am.
इट इज
Yes.
पॉजिटिव सैम्पलिंग.
Yes,
ओके,
ma'am.
ओके. Secondly, why 18 to 37 years? That I want to know. या तो आपको जितने भी responses मिले उसका आपने years निकाल के ये 18 to 37 रखा, or you decided beforehand only that we will have the respondents from 18 to 37 years. You get my point, beta? शिफा, समझे मैं क्या
Yes,
कह
ma'am.
रही हूँ?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
based on the responses, we got like 18 to 37 तक मतलब ages से हम लोग को मिले responses, तो वो सबको मतलब मतलब एक साथ रखकर फिर हम लोग ने like बनाई है.
Okay,
18 to
so
37
first
years.
you got the results and then
Yes,
you
ma'am.
concluded कि वो जो भी हैं सब वो 18 to 37 years
Yes,
के हैं.
belong to
ma'am.
18 to 37 years.
हाँ, तो उसमें आपने पहले से अपनी कोई लिमिटेशंस नहीं सेट की हुई
No,
थी
ma'am. No.
No, ma'am.
स्टडी में. हाँ, दैट यू नीड टू ऐड बिफोर हैंड बेटा, जब हम
Okay.
कोई भी रिसर्च करने जाते हैं ना,
Yes,
क्योंकि
ma'am.
18 टू 37 इज अ वेरी वेग ग्रुप. ऐसा कुछ उसमें आपको यंग एडल्ट्स आप रख सकते हो अगर अकॉर्डिंग टू पार्टिसिपेंट्स के बदले आपको रखना है, पर ये 18 टू 37 वाला मुझे एज ग्रुप थोड़ा समझ में नहीं आया. और आइदर यू कैन हैव योर स्टडीज एंड ब्रेक इट अप इनटू 2 एज ग्रुप्स, कि आपने 18 टू 25 रख लिया एंड 25 टू 37 रख लिया. ऐसे करके भी आप कुछ कर सकते हो, तो आपको और अच्छा आपका डेटा कंपैरेटिव मिल जाएगा,
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
है ना.
Yes, ma'am.
और उसको
Noted.
18 टू 37 इयर्स उसमें लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है आपको टाइटल में. डोंट
Okay.
नीड टू मेंशन इट इन द
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
राइट.
Yes,
अदरवाइज इट
ma'am.
इज अ वेरी बेसिक स्टडी, क्योंकि सबसे पहले हम कोरोना वायरस की बात करते हैं ना, तो यही पूछते हैं कि किसको कितनी नॉलेज है. सो
Knowledge.
दिस अवेयरनेस स्टडी वाज द नीड, चाहिए ही होती है, एंड इट इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्टडी. जब हम, दिस इज अ बेसिक स्टडी व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट कोरोना वायरस. तो वेरी नाइस स्टडी, यू हैव डन इट वेरी नाइसली. बट
Thank you, ma'am.
टाइटल से बहुत आपका रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है कि आप एग्जैक्टली क्या कर रहे हो.
What, ma'am?
यस, ओवर टू निमिषा मैम.
Yes, very good observation by Nidhi madam. And the same thing I also observed that they have done very good comparative analysis. Gender comparison and uska analysis बहुत अच्छे से किया है, male and female, their experiences, their problems, etc. Because the problems faced by both the genders were completely different. So that they have done well, but somewhere it is not matching with the title. And even that the same question I also wanted to ask you, why they have mentioned the age group in the title. There you could have just named it young adults या
Yes,
young
ma'am.
people या
Yes.
city people जो भी है.
Yes,
तो
ma'am.
वो एक चीज है कि आपने बहुत ज्यादा स्पेसिफिक होने के लिए टाइटल दे तो दिया कि अवेयरनेस एंड दिस थिंग, बट यू हैव समवेयर not, you're not matching with the content, but आपका content काफी अच्छा है. मतलब if anybody really wants to study this, how females and males experience the problems, they should read this paper. And one thing I liked the contribution, you said at the end, I think conclusion में है या recommendation में, that you suggest your conclusion reflects the contribution of your research in the decision making process. आपने कहीं पे तो mention किया है कि policy makers should this research will help the policy makers to understand, मतलब people in authority or in corporate sector or the जो boss है, जो decision makers है, they should get some ideas from our research. So that I like, मतलब somewhere your research is contributing towards something, some concrete change. Okay, so research काफी अच्छा है, but as ma'am said, it is not you are not being
Topic.
specific when the title or the topic that you are giving, आप एक बार
Yes, ma'am.
टॉपिक थोड़ा सा रीथिंक करो टॉपिक को, तो आपका स्टडी बहुत मतलब इट इज गिविंग अ लॉट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, ह्यूज इंफॉर्मेशन. लोग या तो फीमेल्स का करते हैं या कोई ये एज ग्रुप का करते हैं, आपने तो मेल फीमेल दोनों का किया है. आई वाज जस्ट थिंकिंग हाउ चैलेंजिंग इट वुड हैव बीन फॉर यू टू कलेक्ट द डेटा फ्रॉम बोथ द जेंडर्स एंड देन कंपैरेटिव एनालिसिस
Yes,
करना.
ma'am.
दो
Yes, ma'am.
काम करके उनको कंबाइन किया है
Yes,
आपने,
ma'am.
तो बहुत अच्छा किया है. बट समवेयर लाइक यू नो टाइटल के साथ जस्टिफाई करो. अदरवाइज ऑब्जेक्टिव्स भी आपके वेल डिफाइंड ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, ओनली 3 ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बट वेरी वेल डिफाइंड. बट उसमें भी ये मेल फीमेल वाला वर्ड ऑब्जेक्टिव में मत डालो. ओके, अगेन उसमें भी जेंडर कंपैरेटिव एनालिसिस करके डाल सकते हो. बट आई रियली लाइक, इंस्टेड ऑफ टेकिंग टू मेनी वेग ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, you have taken clearly 3 objectives and you are trying to concentrate on those objectives. That is good. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Good,
ma'am.
Congratulations. Very
Thank
nice
you,
one.
ma'am.
good work beta.
And
Thank
add
you, ma'am.
some more studies बेटा in your review, क्योंकि आपकी तो
हाँ,
बेसिक स्टडी है, आपने तो रिव्यू में बहुत
basic
कम
level.
दिया है. हाँ, yeah, all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you, judges. Moving ahead with code number 7, the topic food security in urban families during COVID-19 pandemic.
Hello one and all present here. So today we are gonna present our topic food security in urban families during COVID-19 pandemic. Why we had selected this topic? The COVID-19 pandemic and frequent lockdown have raised the risk of decreased food accessibility or availability over all the globe. The present study assesses the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on food security in urban households during the lockdown period in Maharashtra, which has a varied range of population. The study examines the extent of food security and factors associated with during lockdown. Here are the outlines: introduction, methodology, data collected, result, conclusion. So, introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic has spread rapidly and extensively around the world. Since late 2019, has had profound implications for food security and nutrition. The unfolding crisis has affected food systems and threatened people's access to food via multiple dynamics. We have witnessed not only a major access to food via multiple dynamics, the disruption food supply chain in the wake of lockdown triggered by the global health crisis, but also a major global economic slowdown. Maharashtra has a diverse population which include people from high as well as low income groups, and crises have resulted in lower incomes and higher prices of some foods, putting food out of reach for many families. The situation is fluid and dynamic, characterized by a high degree of uncertainty. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, food security exists when all people at the times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs and food preference for a healthy life. Food security has 3 components: availability, access, and nutrition. The 3 are interconnected. According to the World Health Organization, the worst effects are yet to come. Most health analysts predict that this virus will continue to circulate for at least 1 or 2 more years. The food security and nutrition risks of these dynamics are serious. Already before the outbreak of the pandemic, according to the latest State of Food Security and Nutrition report (FAO), some 2 billion people face food insecurity at the moderate or severe level. The complex dynamics triggered by the lockdown intended to contain the disease are creating conditions for a major disruption to food systems, giving rise to the virus is not contained and the lockdown measures continue.
Methodology. A cross-sectional study was conducted through a Google form questionnaire for the main earning member of the family. The form consists of 2 sections. One was a personal information and the second was FIA standard question. Telephonic interview was also conducted for the people who were not familiar with the technologies in their local language, that is Hindi and Marathi. Sample size was 100 participants from the family. Data collection tool was FIES, that is Food Insecurity Experience Scale. We had chosen this scale just to measure the insecurity levels of food among the urban families.
Now we will discuss the data collected. Majority of the participants were non-vegetarian. Both the genders were represented equally in the data collected. 37% of participants were from low income group, 31% of the participants were from middle income group, whereas 24% of the participants were from higher income group, and 8% of the participants were sustaining their life with the help of savings. 53 of the participants were consuming 3 meals, 40% of participants were consuming 3 meals and 1 snack. 7% of the participants were consuming 3 meals and 2 snacks in a day. This graph represents the data from FIES scale. There was total of 8 questions in the survey to measure the level of food insecurity among families. The majority of participants were not worried that they would not have any food to eat. Most participants perceived that they were able to eat healthy and nutritious food. They had limited choice due to poor availability or accessibility. Most of the participants did not need to skip even a single meal during the period. Very few participants had to eat less food that they would have normally consumed. The majority of the participants disagreed because they had enough food stored at their houses. Enough food was available to satisfy their hunger. Most families consumed 3 meals per day, and there was nobody who had to stay without food even for a while. The only constraint reported by the participant was the limited variety available, and that they were therefore missing on their favorite foods during lockdown.
Result. Majority of participants, that is 68%, experienced moderate level of food insecurity. Few participants, that is 24%, reported marginal food insecurity. Small fraction, that is 8% of participants used saving to sustain their lives. Study also observed participants are not very clear about the importance of various food groups for balanced diet. The research concludes that the risk of moderate food insecurity was strongly observed among the participants. Most of the participants thought that the cereals and milk were essential and hence would have not focused on storing vegetables during pandemic. More research is needed to understand the purchasing behavior of consumer during pandemic. There is a possibility of families consuming diets which are poor source of micronutrients and proteins which are known to play a very important role in immune system of individuals. From the data collected and the responses of the family, we conclude that more awareness needs to be created among the families to purchase and perceive food from all the food groups if possible during or before lockdown. These are the references. Thank you.
Students, kindly switch on your videos for question answer session. Everyone. Over to you,
Yes.
judges.
बोलिए निमिषा मैम.
Yes. First of all, good research done, as you belong to home science field, that food security and food and nutrition must be your major concern, no doubt. But somewhere I didn't find objective in your research paper. Have you mentioned? In your video, you have stated the objective.
Mentioned, yes.
But yes, students, can you please repeat? What is the objective?
Yes, mentioned. Yes. 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 Mentioned. Yes.
रिसर्च पेपर में मेंशन किया है?
नहीं किया है, भूल गए
स्टूडेंट्स,
बच्चे।
Student answer.
Students, what is the
Yes, ma'am.
objective?
Our
What are the
objective,
objectives of the research?
yes, ma'am. Our objective was to uh, know the level of food insecurity among urban families.
Find out the level of insecurity, food insecurity among the urban families.
Yes, ma'am.
But somewhere again, I found lack of novelty, as well as something like, was missing in your paper. Because maybe there was not clearly defined objective, or maybe the way you have conducted the studies, I don't know. But I really have some doubts, like, how have you thought about this topic, first of all? Have you thought कि मुझे ये topic पे, हमें ये topic पे research करना है? Was there any particular thing that was in your mind? Anybody
Yes,
from the
ma'am.
group can answer.
Yes, ma'am. So initially, we wanted to know that during pandemic, we were not able to we were not accessible to the markets very well. It was not possible to get things which we wanted. So we spoke with our mentors, and they guided us further.
Because India being the land of agriculture, this is the topic which is really it touches our hearts. But somewhere I found something was missing in the paper. And what is the scope of your research? What recommendations do you want to give?
So, ma'am, when we saw the results after collecting the data, participants thought that they were consuming food which were like they were able to consume essential food. For them, the essential food was cereals and milk. And there was no mention of fruits and vegetables, which are very important for our balanced diet. So we want to say to everyone that it's important to have a balanced diet.
Okay, fine.
Ma'am, can I?
Yes. Bolo beta.
So, ma'am, also the people were not concerned about their immunity as such. They were thinking that we will stock the food and will consume it for the. They were worried about what next will be. They were not thinking about the immunity, or they are consuming a balanced diet or not. What all things their body needs, they are getting or not. There was no concern for all these things. Only the thing was हमें food चाहिए, so we'll manage, कुछ भी करके हम लाएंगे और stock करके रख देंगे.
Okay.
So you feel your research will contribute in future? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Because people that they are consuming good food. Like now, this pandemic situation, everyone is worried about their immunity, and they think they are consuming good food, but actually they are not. So we need to make them aware what the situation is.
Ma'am, may I?
Yes.
Yeah,
Bolo,
so
bolo.
ma'am, our research will surely, I think, will create awareness among the families to purchase and preserve food from all the food groups, like before or during lockdown.
तो बेटा
So it
आपके
will help.
टाइटल में तो नहीं रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा है वो। आप अगर फूड ग्रुप्स की अवेयरनेस दे रहे हो तो वो आपके टाइटल में रिफ्लेक्ट होना चाहिए ना। इट इज ओनली फूड इनसिक्योरिटी या फूड सिक्योरिटी यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट। Food is a basic necessity of life, and it's a very interesting paper actually, because we all were, कुछ भी pandemic हो या कुछ हो तो सबसे first thing that everyone is like घर पे खाना होना चाहिए. That is a basic thing that we all move into, right? Very nice paper, but मुझे कुछ जैसे मैम बोल रहे थे, I agree with निमिषा मैम, कुछ skewed है पेपर आपका। आपके जो results हैं वो एवरेज को रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं कहीं से भी। नॉन वेजिटेरियंस बहुत ज्यादा हैं आपके में, आई कुडंट गेट उसमें, आपने देखा मैम निमिषा मैम पेपर में? सो
yes, yes,
मैक्सिमम
yes.
आर नॉन वेज, वो मुझे नहीं समझ में
Mm-hmm.
आया. Then you have written that you have your main respondents were earning members of the family, right? Anam,
यस मैम.
है ना? तो आपने कैसे आप उन तक पहुंचे? अगर किसी फैमिली में 2 अर्निंग मेंबर्स हैं तो आपने किसका लिया?
मैम वी हैव टेकन द डेटा फ्रॉम मेन हेड अर्निंग मेंबर, जो घर का पूरा फाइनेंशियल देखते हैं.
हाउ डिड यू डिसाइड दैट? कि मतलब ये तो आपका ऑलरेडी आपके गूगल फॉर्म पे चला होगा ना सब कुछ?
मैम
तो
जो
इट
भी
मस्ट हैव.
पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे, सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू, यस मैम
नहीं,
प्लीज.
प्लीज गो अहेड, बोलो बोलो
Yeah,
बोलो.
so जो भी participants थे, we know them, not like personally, but there are some relatives and we know
आपका
them.
सैंपल साइज मुझे कहीं पे नहीं दिखा.
It was
आपके मेथोडोलॉजी में रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है.
100 families. I guess we have mentioned that.
Maybe I skipped it. I'm sorry if I skipped that. मुझे कहीं पर रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हुआ. I tried it. मेथोडोलॉजी में आपके कहीं रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है बेटा. बाकी फिर आपने रिजल्ट्स एंड डिस्कशन में लिया होगा, पर आपके मेथोडोलॉजी में कहीं पर भी 100 सैंपल्स ऐसे करके कहीं रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हुआ है. सो प्लीज ऐड.
Ma'am, can
बोलिए
I say something?
प्लीज प्लीज.
Ma'am,
Yes,
while
yes.
doing presentation, recorded video, we have mentioned that in methodology that we have
वो
taken 100 members.
मैंने देखा, पर आपने अपने पेपर में नहीं लिखा है. वो तो मैंने देखा आपके वीडियो में.
पेपर में नहीं है, ऑब्जेक्टिव्स भी पेपर में नहीं है. ठीक है बेटा, सी इट्स गुड, लाइक यू नो अभी आपसे बात करने के बाद पता चल रहा है कि योर टॉपिक वाज टू इन्फॉर्म अबाउट द लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस ऑफ फूड सिक्योरिटी इन अर्बन इंडिया. So basically there is lack of awareness and that you wanted to tell people that be aware and have healthy food. That is the message that you want to give, right? But that is not reflecting in your paper. Your ideas or your what we say objectives or your purpose is very good. This is a very different paper from other papers. But somewhere like you know वो clarity अभी जो आ रही है वो आपके पेपर में नहीं है. ठीक है, बट इट्स अ गुड अटेम्प्ट आई वुड से. बट थोड़ा और इसके ऊपर क्लैरिटी आएगी, थोड़ा अच्छे से आप पॉलिश करोगे पेपर को तो इट विल बी अ गुड पेपर.
ओके, आपने ये स्केल बच्चों अडॉप्ट किया है किसी का, या अपना खुद बनाया? ये FIES वाला जो SM का स्केल है, ये आपने खुद बनाया है या किसी का स्केल अडॉप्ट किया है फूड इनसिक्योरिटीज वाला?
Yes, ma'am. हमने नहीं बनाया. It was from Food Agricultural Association. They have invented this scale in 2013 for
Okay,
insecurity, measuring insecurity.
अच्छा, सो दैट वाज ऑलरेडी अडॉप्टेड स्केल है ना? ये आपने अडॉप्ट
Yes,
किया है.
ma'am.
ओके, गुड गुड गुड. या थैंक यू. आपका ये FIES वाला जो टेबल है उसका प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छा है. गुड. आई नीड द स्माइल. यस, नाइस पेपर. थोड़ा डिफरेंट हटके है, अच्छा पेपर है. थोड़ी सी क्लैरिटी कम है पेपर में, but it is good paper. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, team. Thank you, judges. I would like to call a last team for the day. Code number 8, a cross-sectional study of COVID-19 pandemic effects on the behavioral aspects of adolescents and young adults.
Good afternoon, respected judges and everyone present here. Our topic for the research is impact of COVID-19 on behavioral aspects of adolescents and young adults. The coronavirus disease is a viral respiratory infection and has been the focus of attention around the globe. This COVID-19 disease was termed as a global pandemic all over the world. Nationwide lockdowns were released to be the only effective way to contain this virus spread. Indian government also took a bold step of nationwide lockdown to control and delay its spread. In the last 1 year, this pandemic has caused disruption in every aspect of everyone's life. A lot has been lost by everyone in the form of fellow human beings, jobs, money, mobility, etc., leading to an unimaginable stress and psychological disruption. As physical health has been the main focus of attention of people, slowly people have also started talking about the various impact on mental health of individuals due to this pandemic. It is important to understand that a balance between mental and physical health is required for our well-being, and this can help improve immunity and reduce stress at subsequent mental illness. Although it is claimed that COVID-19 pandemic has a negative impact on mental health, but more research is required to identify which factors have impacted or altered the behavior of people in this pandemic. This present study was taken up to understand various behavioral changes felt by this very age group, and it will have an impact on how our nation's consciousness will shape a post-COVID era. The objective of our research is to study the impact of COVID-19 outbreak on the behavioral aspects of adolescents and young adults.
For our research, a cross-sectional study was conducted the behavioral effects of COVID-19 in the age of 11 to 20 years and 21 to 40 years respectively. Self-prepared questionnaires was used to study the behavioral aspects. An online survey was conducted using Google Form, which was shared through WhatsApp, email and other social media means in the rural and urban areas of Maharashtra. A brief description of the study, its objective and declaration of anonymity and confidentiality were given to the participants before administering the questionnaire. The total 224 responses were received by the stipulated time. Everyone who received the survey was also asked to continue and distribute it. The questions in the survey were based on general lifestyle, anxiety, sleep changes, appetite changes, mood swings, irritability, inability to concentrate, smoking and alcohol consumption, and relaxation techniques to reduce the effects of COVID-19. Questionnaire and appeal were written in English. Data were analyzed through frequencies and percentages.
The result of our research are personal characteristics, age, gender, family type, residential area is mentioned in table 1. The table 1 show that 54% of respondent is adolescent and 46% of respondent were young adults. Gender composition analysis indicate that proportion of female adolescents is 57 was relatively higher than adolescents male, whereas male adult was more compared to female adults. Percentage of both adolescents and young adults belong to nuclear family as compared to joint family. While examining the area, it has observed majority of adolescents belongs to urban areas. Paternal education and occupational status. Table 2 showed higher percentage of adolescents father were educated up to senior level, that is 19%, whereas greater number of adult father is educated up to graduation level, that is 17%. Analysis of mother education background reveal that higher proportion of adolescents and young adult mother is illiterate. So percentage of paternal occupation was seen higher than maternal occupation. Higher number of adolescents and young adults father were employed in private job. In case of mother occupation, it was found that most of the adolescents and young adult mother were housewives. Income of adolescents and young adults. Figure 1 result indicate that higher number of adolescents has income between rupees 10,000 to rupees 30,000, whereas adults majority of income is between rupees 30,000 and above. Time spent. Figure 2 depicts that percentage of time spent on television and online gaming were seen higher in adolescents compared to adults, whereas more percent of adults spend time on social media. Reason of stress among adolescents and young adults. Figure 3. Reason of stress among adolescents was related to fear of exam, which is 20%, whereas in young adults, financial problem, family problem, joblessness is higher than adolescents. Beside this, relationship problem, quarantine, homebound, unwell health are the some common reasons of this both age groups. Mental status of male and female. When we compare male and female of adolescents and young adults, we found that majority of adolescents female were experience the feeling of mood swing, sad depression, irritability, isolation, and lack of concentration. Whereas these all aspects are highly seen in young adults, male. Mental status of adolescents and young adults. Figure 5 reveal that Depression,
आणि त्याच्याबद्दल
sadness,
रेकॉर्डिंग इन
irritation,
प्रोग्रेस
feeling left
कंटिन्यू.
out, and low concentration was mostly in young adults, whereas mood swing was more in adolescents. Area affected. Figure 6 show that majority of people experience appetite changes and sleep changes during COVID-19. Also, this chart reveal that greater number of young adults' life, behavioral changes, communication pattern was affected, whereas consumption of smoking and alcohol is increased in adolescents. Relaxation technique is shown in figure 7, indicate that most of the relaxation technique were used by adolescents and young adults, but majorly they prefer exercise. That is 22 in adolescents and 20 in young adults. Impact of COVID-19. Figure 8 show that direct contact with COVID-19 patient was morely seen in young adults, which is 53% as compared to adolescents, which is 47%. More number of young adults reported confirmed cases in their locality, and 45% of adolescents reported for the same. Also, 52% of young adults feel hospitals are safe, whereas 48% of adolescents feel it is not safe. Figure 9 shows that majority of respondents from both the age group experience the impact of COVID-19 on their mental health.
In our study, we conclude that findings have brought us a conclusion that the behavioral changes were seen more in young adults as compared to the adolescents in this COVID-19 pandemic. This research revealed that mostly young adults suffered from negative symptoms such as stress, depression, fear of losing job, sleep disturbance, and inability to concentrate, whereas in adults, certain level of changes in smoking and drinking habits and fears of exams were experienced. The result analyzed data findings also suggested that the higher percentage of young adults were spending more time on social media as compared to using exercise and meditation for reducing the psychological symptoms. Most of the analysis shows that the COVID-19 pandemic may lead to the severe mental health repercussion among both young adults and adolescents, but it could have a higher degree of effect on young adults. These findings suggest that the young adults and adolescents are using some mental and physical health relaxation techniques, but more professional mental health intervention along with counseling will become a bigger necessity. This can be achieved with the help of online consults, encouraging new and old relaxation techniques such as aerobic meditation, yoga, and breathing exercise. Role of parents and elders become even more essential in identifying such issues, and first level of calming and healing can always done at home environment. This is our questionnaire which we have prepared for our survey.
Students, switch on your videos for question answer session. Over to you, judges.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, you are on
You
mute.
are on mute.
Ma'am, you are on mute.
A cross-sectional study of the COVID-19 pandemic effects on the behavioral aspects of adolescent and young adults. After seeing your research paper, I feel that it has to be not a cross-sectional study, but it has to be a comparative study. आपके में जो आना चाहिए टाइटल में वो कंपैरेटिव स्टडी ऑफ आना चाहिए. वेरी ब्यूटीफुली डन. बहुत अच्छी स्टडी है और बहुत डिटेल में की है. मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगी आपकी स्टडी. इट इज रियली बहुत अच्छे से लिखी है. इंट्रोडक्शन, रैशनल, सब कुछ. और जो आपका ग्राफिक प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं वो भी बहुत अच्छे हैं. पर मुझे एक बात समझ में नहीं आई, मतलब मुझे जो लगा वो ज्यादातर रीजंस जो एडोलेसेंट और यंग एडल्ट्स के ना कुछ बहुत डिफरेंस दिख नहीं रहा है. मैंने जो देखा 48, 52, 49, 55 ऐसे, मतलब not much variations we could find. Can you just highlight me only one or two which are different? Can you do that, Priyanka? I could see Priyanka, so I'm saying Priyanka. It can be anybody in the group. आप कोई दो डिफरेंसेस, एक या दो जो अलग हो. एक मैंने फाइंड आउट किया था, आई हेल्प यू आउट, कि रीजंस ऑफ स्ट्रेस अलग अलग हैं यंग एडोलसेंट्स के एंड यंग एडल्ट्स के. क्योंकि एडोलसेंट्स जो हैं वो दे आर मोर वरीड अबाउट योर एग्जाम्स एंड कि एग्जाम होगा नहीं होगा और ये होगा. एंड यंग एडल्ट्स आर, उनके स्ट्रेस लेवल, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड वो सबसे ज्यादा है. एनीथिंग एल्स which is different in both the groups? Not much difference I could find in both the groups.
Yes, ma'am. There was not much difference in both the age groups that we got the response. But there was this one thing of change in the consumption of alcohol and smoking, which was that there was a major change. Like the adolescents, the pattern of consumption was changed. Like they have maybe they have stopped it because of the lockdown. It was not sub bantha shops and all, so they were not able to get the products whatever. And whereas or also that can one reason can be that they were in the home, parents ko nahi pata hoga, so they were not allowed to do it. That was the also one reason. Whereas in the adults, they unka rate was not much difference. Matlab the consumption
Same,
was
same
seen.
as
It was almost
it was earlier.
not, there was not much different. Whereas in the adolescence, it was
Because
higher.
maybe the home surroundings that makes the difference, as you
Yes,
said.
ma'am. That was the one thing. And
anything else?
I'm just not able to recollect.
Okay, it's okay. मेरे आपकी स्टडी में मुझे एक ऐसा लगा कि आप आगे, आपके बहुत अच्छे स्कोप्स हैं काम करने के लिए. और जैसे आप हाइपोथेसिस वगैरह फ्रेम करोगे तो वो हाइपोथेसिस वगैरह आपके अपने मेंटर के साथ बैठ के करना, इट विल रियली वर्क आउट विद वेरी गुड रिजल्ट्स. दिस इज व्हाट माय अजम्पशन इज कि वो हाइपोथेसिस आप उनके इनकम से और उनके उसके साथ और उनकी जो फीलिंग्स ऑफ इनसिक्योरिटीज की बिहेवियरल एस्पेक्ट्स हैं उनके साथ आप रिलेट करोगे ना तो बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट्स आएंगे. क्योंकि इस वाले उसमें इतने अच्छे रिजल्ट्स रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हो रहे हैं, पर मे बी विद नंबर ऑफ वेरिएबल्स जब आप उन्हें करने जाओगे ना तो इट विल शो गुड रिजल्ट्स. बट वेरी गुड एफर्ट, गुड वन. यस निमिषा मैम.
Thank you, ma'am.
A good attempt. A lot of research and lot of studies has been done. I think for framing questions or for selecting the age groups. I don't know what made you select those age groups, but that is coming out to be very good. मतलब there are a lot of similarities also. Compare and contrast आप लोग easily कर सकते हो. तो मैम ने जैसा बोला है कि cross sectional English comparative analysis. And you have stated 2-3 things I liked in your conclusion. I'll just tell you that. One thing is you have said in your conclusion the research results revealed that mostly young adults suffered from negative symptoms, and that is that shows that you have really worked on it. And उसके बाद में आपने कुछ suggestions भी दिए हैं conclusion में. That is also a very good thing to do. You have said these findings suggest that though young adults and adolescents are using some mental and physical health relaxation techniques, कुछ meditation वगैरह ऐसे सारे योगा, breathing exercises, ये सारी चीजें आपने suggest भी की है. मतलब आपने सिर्फ study करके छोड़ नहीं दिया है. You have given some solutions also. So compare and contrast करके मतलब it is coming out to be a good product. जैसे मैम ने exactly point out किया, if you give some hypothesis and all, you can make it as a present it as a very good extensive research project. So good attempt, students, and it showed your work is reflecting. मतलब कहीं पे कभी कभी कुछ रिसर्च पेपर्स में हमें कॉपी पेस्ट इजीली समझ जाता है.
Exactly.
तो यहाँ पे वो नहीं लग रहा था. मतलब it was looking out to be authentic research. Okay. So good.
And language and all is really good.
Yes.
Haan.
Language
It
is
is
also
really
nice.
nice.
This language is not there. Don't.
That we can make out. But
Yes.
yes, the concept altogether was good.
But leaving language part also, जो originality reflect हो रहा
हाँ.
है.
और अच्छे से percentages and all they have written it very well.
और
बहुत
इसमें क्या है
अच्छे
ना,
से
इनका एक रिसर्च और जो पहले वाला मेल फीमेल वाला, दो चीजें करके उनको साथ में
सेम
प्रेजेंट करना, सो दे हैड टू डू एक्चुअली डबल वर्क एंड देन दे हैड टू
Yes, ma'am.
कंबाइन. सो
बहुत अच्छा डेटा है
क्या
इनके पास.
चैलेंजेस
दे
फेस
हैव
किया
रियली गुड
आपने
वन.
बेटा, क्या क्या
Ma'am,
चैलेंजेस फेस
can I
किए?
just say that why we choose this topic?
Yes.
बोलो ना प्लीज.
Ma'am, when we were searching for the research papers for the, like क्या research कर सकते हैं, we were going through, then we never found not a single paper of, when they're comparing two age groups. So we thought it was just about the children, it was just about, adults, or it was just about the citizens, senior citizens. There was not any paper which we thought, there was comparison. So we thought let's just go for it and we can compare the two age groups and see that किसको ज़्यादा effect हो रहा है. It was on the both the sides. There was not much difference then, but still we just thought like let's go for it because it can help for the further studies also.
Yeah, it's a nice effort, beta. Nice effort.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations and all the best. Please go ahead with this.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you,
ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, all the participating teams and judges, for all the patience and having question answer sessions. Proceeding further, we have arranged a surprise element for all our paper presenters, for which I would like to call Ms. Mittal Upadhyay to take the session ahead. Over to you, Mittal.
Thank you, Lopa ma'am. A very good evening to everyone from me, Mittal Upadhyay. So, while the judges are finalizing the results for today's event, let us have an informal question answer session. The session will be held in two parts. In the first part, SY Home Science students will ask questions to the paper presenters. And in the second part, we will be taking up YouTube questions from the audience. Request the audience, if you have any questions, please type in the chat box. Dear paper presenters, please note, you will not be judged for your answers in this question answer session. So relax and attempt your questions. Feel free to answer in the language you are comfortable with and which everyone understands. If the question is specific to a particular team, anyone from the team can answer the question. And if the question is not specific to a particular team, any participating team can lead and take up the question and answer it. Just enable the raise hand icon whenever you wish to answer the question. And a request, please on your video while you are answering the question. So ready all of you? So let's begin with the first part of the question answer session. Here we begin with the first part of the question answer session.
आता 10-15 मिनिटं लागतील ना कन्सॉलिडेशन साठी. काय करायचं, पीपीटी कॉलेजचा दाखवायचा.
Manisha ma'am, kindly switch off your. Yes, thank you.
So here we begin with the first part of the question answer session. Well, it is really a great opportunity for our budding researchers, SY Home Science students, who will be participating next year for Urjita and other such research competition to interact with their seniors who have underwent with the research process this particular year. I would like the SY Home Science students to come up with their questions. Over to you, students. You may now ask your questions. So here comes the first question. The first question is from Miss Preeti Chikne. Preeti, you can now ask your question.
Yes. So my question is, how was your interest built up in taking in this research?
Thank you, Preeti, for the question. Participants, you may just answer the question. Paper presenters, who would wish to answer?
Students, we want all of you to switch on your videos and answer. and be participative in this interactive session. Stubble wants to answer.
I would say that we saw our seniors last year in Urjita, but we saw it in our auditorium. We saw it live, and there were a lot of teams comparatively as to what we have today. So, and we really we saw each and every participants, like they were performing, like they were presenting their paper, they were like answering. So that's what inspired me, and hope we inspire you all so that you all can participate next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your answer. Now we will take up the next question. The next question is coming from Miss Nupur. Nupur?
Yes, ma'am. So my question is, what were the different resources that you use for research?
Okay.
I would like to answer your question.
Definitely.
First of all, okay. As this was online or everything was virtual, so we opted for Google Forms. We had circulated, first of all, we had constructed a self questions, and then those questions were transformed into Google Forms and then circulated on various social media, especially WhatsApp and Instagram. As I have friends from all over India on Instagram, so I circulated to them, and from there we got all the answers, which helped us a lot, as we thought initially that will the people answer us or not, because as you might have seen that question in my Google Forms are much more than others. That in all there were 34 questions. Even with the feedback which I got in the end was, यार कितना बड़ा Google Form था, इतना बड़ा कोई बनाता है क्या? So this was specifically what we got to know, and that's the way we learned that Google Forms are supposed to be shorter, not as long as the way we made it. This was one of the teaching which we got. And that's way we do.
Thank you, Pratiksha, for your answer. Now, moving ahead to the next question, we have Miss Niyati Himani, who will be taking up the next question. Niyati, over to you.
So my question is that how did you collect data for research?
Okay, thank you, Niyati. We would like some of you to answer. Who's taking up this?
Can I?
Yes, definitely.
May I?
You will also get a chance. Let her speak.
We constructed questionnaire was prepared based on the objectives to acquire information from the respondents. The questionnaire was to send respondent through various social media platforms so that we can get a good amount of data.
Okay. Danvi, you wanted to answer as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead.
So our research was specifically based on WhatsApp. So was to prepare the Google form, and then we spread it through WhatsApp only, so that जो लोग WhatsApp use करते हैं उनको ही मिलता है, and more it can spread. So through our friends and their friends, they started spreading the messages, and we got the data. So that is how we collected.
Okay, thank you so much, both of you. Taking this ahead, now we have Miss Arshia Sheikh, who will be taking up the next question. Over to you, Arshia.
Okay. So my question is, what practical problems did you face during pandemic COVID-19 for collecting data?
Thank you, Arshia. Yes, who would like to take this up?
Can I answer?
Yeah, you can.
What problem we had faced? Like अभी तो सब ऑनलाइन था, तो सब जैसे कि अपने अपने इसमें बिजी थे. बट द थिंग इज हम लोग ने क्या किए कि सबसे मतलब ऐसा एक फॉर्मल लिख के भेजे थे कि हम क्यों रिसर्च कर रहे रहे हैं, हमारे रिसर्च का टॉपिक क्या है और हम लोग क्या अवेयरनेस बताना चाहते हैं लोगों को। तो आप थोड़ा सा अपना टाइम हमारे इस टॉपिक पे ध्यान दें एंड लुक आउट करें कि हम लोग को क्या बताना है। एंड और कोई मतलब जो लिमिटेड लिटरेसी जिनको नहीं समझ रहा है, तो हम लोग ने उनसे टेलीफोनिक इंटरव्यू किया हमारे ग्रुप ने, और उनसे कॉल पे बात करके उनसे फॉर्म फिल करवाए। उनसे हम नॉर्मल लैंग्वेज में बात किए, जैसे उनको लोकल लैंग्वेज जैसे उनसे जमा गया वैसे। और ऐसे करके हमारा मतलब बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स थे, बट द मेन प्रॉब्लम जो ऐसे हम फेस किए जो रिस्पॉन्सेज कलेक्ट करने में, बहुत सारे मतलब गलत रिस्पॉन्सेज भी आ रहे थे। तो हमको कैसा प्रॉपर चाहिए डाटा, तो दैट्स वाई हम लोग को थे कि प्रॉपर आने के लिए हमें वापस से भेजते जाना चाहिए जब तक प्रॉपर नहीं आ जाता।
मतलब आपको लगा कि थोड़ा सा काम बढ़ गया because of all this, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Anyone else would like to take this question? Would like to share their experience on this?
Yes, ma'am. May I?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Go on.
So, ma'am, problems like a lot of network issues. We are not good at technology and all those stuff. So, Excel sheet, like coding, this was the biggest challenge for us. कि हम लोग ने कभी किया ही नहीं था कोडिंग परसेंटेजेस एंड ऑल वो सब चीज़ें. सो दैट वाज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज. एंड टेबल मेकिंग, first we learn how to make and then we work on that. So that's the challenges.
Well answered, both of you.
Ma'am?
Yeah?
One thing more I would like to add in this is that as it was virtual and we were asked to make videos, the biggest task was making a video itself because we are not prepared. If you ask us to come and speak, I was like, I'm well prepared. If you ask me to speak for hours, I will be speaking. But if you give the same task, like make a video of yourself and continue speaking, I will be like totally blank. What will I say? If like while making a video, I could say I had made a video for around 15 minutes. Then I went for editing, and after editing, it came for around 7 minutes. Cut, karte. And I myself know how many takes I have taken for that one shooting video. So that's the biggest, what do you call that? A big task for
challenge.
us. Yes, it was a big challenge for us.
Pratiksha also.
Yes, many of us might be agreeing with me.
I think most of you might have gone through this, right?
Ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Pratiksha, for sharing your experience. Now we will take this further. The next question will be coming from Miss Sanita Kade. Sanita, over to you.
Yes, good evening. I would like to ask, how was your journey, overall journey of the working on the research paper?
Okay, Sanita, thank you. Who would like to answer this, girls? She mean, what was your learning outcomes and overall journey when you started and now once you are already done with it, how do you feel and all?
Yeah, I would like to answer.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Overall, it was good as we got to interact with new people and we got to know what the challenges are, what are the difficulties they face during this COVID-19, and would they like to continue with this further by working at home. This all we learned.
Thank you, Neha. Anyone else would like to add their experience, their learning outcomes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So like this whole process was very beautiful. Like at first we had a rough idea of what to do, and then धीरे धीरे वो तराशते गए, and we came to this research project. And also the professionalism जो है वो भी हमारे में बढ़ गया है, to be a professional person. So that was one thing I learned through this journey.
Great. Anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. One thing more I would like to again add over here that before the research, before it was started, what we thought कि हाँ ठीक है खाली Google form circulate करना है, research लेना हो जाएगा. But later, while we were doing it, we got to know that various challenges we've been facing. Like after getting those all answers, we were supposed to go through each and every answer, and then writing those research paper, like sitting for the whole night. I used to sit the whole night writing each and everything, abstract, then research, then making PPT. First of all, there was like a time issue. In the whole day, I used to have lectures, and I'm the only woman in the house, so I have to manage the household work as well as college. So I used to sit at night, the whole night around. I used to spend at 2:30 till 3 a.m. in the morning. So those are the challenges we faced, and from that we got to learn many new things. Ki हाँ, for this professional life, we have to give 100%. That were the things.
Great.
Thank
You got to know your capabilities. Yeah. So,
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, great. So now let us take the last question for this particular part of the question answer session. And this question is coming up from Miss Dipti Pawar. Dipti, over to you.
Hello. So my question is, what points will you share with your juniors to motivate them to undertake research?
Oh, such a lovely question. I guess many of you would like to give some tips and suggestions to your juniors.
Ma'am, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the first thing is, you should grab this opportunity whenever you get for doing this research. Initially, when we thought कि, कौन करेगा इतना झंझट है सब, data निकालो, paper बनाओ, all those stuff. But then, when we were into the process, we actually learned so many things, which, I thought कि आ रहा है, हो जाएगा, मुझे आता है. But, when we were doing it actually, we were, first we have to learn it कि हाँ ऐसे करना है, YouTube videos देखना है, सबसे जो भी दो जिनको पता है उसके बारे में, we had to ask those people कि कैसे करना है बताओ, and then we had to set a Zoom meeting, and then we used to learn those things from that, and then फिर हम लोग सब we used to implement those things. So the learning which we got, that is very important. Like I think that, and the other thing is, abhi now you're in SYs now, so I would like to suggest that in prior only now you study all this, this technology things, this Excel worksheet and coding things and making chart and PPT. Agar aap abhi se hi prepare kar loge for the research, it will be very easy. And even you have time now during the lockdown, okay, you're sitting at home. Instead of just scrolling your Instagram, 5-10 minutes you can just give to, do something which will be useful for you. Instead of, जब scroll करते जाएंगे 2 घंटे ऐसे निकल जाएंगे. अरे 2 घंटे हो गए, हमें पता भी नहीं चलता है. So that to us, you can use it over here. In prior only for the next year, you have Urjita, even you are going to do research. So I would suggest that you do this, like study this everything, Excel sheet and all those which are required for the research. That will be beneficial for you. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Priyanka. It was really a great suggestion. You asked them to be tech savvy well in advance. Okay. And anyone else would like to take up this question? Come on, girls. This is your turn now.
Girls, I really agree with Priyanka what she said. In your free time, just go on YouTube searching for various technological skills which you can learn, like Excel, ho gaya, PowerPoint, Word, and many such things, like making Google Forms. How can you create a Google Form? How can you create a data and everything? And most importantly, editing and all. It will be really much beneficial to you in the future. And the question you asked, what motivation you would like to give us? The reason is the very first thing which I go is for the certificate. The certificate will really add on in your CV in the future. It will really give a great reference during the interviews. So just go for it. Thank you.
Any more
Ma'am,
tips?
may I? Shruti.
Yeah. Yes, Shruti, go on.
Ma'am, research means first of all lots of patience and researching the things which you know to get better result, to invest more time, engage yourself in that time, in that particular thing only. So we wanted to have patience for research. अगर research करना है तो patience तो बहुत चाहिए, और कुछ भी करना है तो बहुत सोच के करना पड़ता है कि नहीं ये करेंगे तो ऐसा होगा वैसा होगा. So we have to plan accordingly and then we have to work. So we have to plan everything and then we have to implement that. For me, this was a new experience, and from this I get professionalism, कि हर एक चीज प्रोफेशनली कैसे होता है, कैसे इंटरेक्शन होता है. एंड अभी तो ऑनलाइन था तो इट वाज अ बिग challenge to meet team members personally. So we were engaged on Zoom meeting from morning till night by managing our classes, our assignments. Everything was a big challenge, but it was a beautiful experience for me. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's it.
Shruti, for sharing it.
I would like to add here what Shruti said was, I totally
Yes, you
agree with
can.
her on this. The patience is very required, because like हम जब research कर रहे थे तो we had set a target for the sample, like कितना sample का target चाहिए. And for that we were so, we had to keep that patience कि आएगा या नहीं. We were not sure about that. We online है तो we'll get or not that target, but somehow we achieved, and we crossed that target, by the way. And but that patience of 1 week. First day it was 10, 2, 3, 4 responses, and suddenly on the 5th and 6th day and the last 3 days it increased like in hundreds, and then 200 hua, and then 224 hua, and then we were satisfied. Yes, that patience had worked for us. Yeah, so
Good. So they say that research calls for a lot of patience, girls. So all the budding researchers for the next year, they say that, yeah, research is challenging. This is they are motivating you to take up. They say that it is challenging, but you have to go for it, and you learn really great things once you have experienced this research throughout. So, well, girls, you were really lively. You answered really well. So now we will move on to the second part of this question answer session, for which I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Deepika Sharma. Over to you, Dr. Deepika Sharma.
Thank you, Ms. Mittal, for holding this half of question answer session. Continuing from where you have left, I would like to start with few questions which have been asked by some of our audience on YouTube. Now I am putting up the questions. One of our audience has asked to code 1, that is for team 1. What do you think can be one way by which women can transform the negative workspace environment post COVID-19? Yes, team 1, you may begin your answer. Team 1. I'm repeating my question. What do you think can be one way by which women can transform the negative workspace environment post COVID-19? Can someone else want to answer this?
This question?
Yes, this question. Okay, as team 1 is not able to answer, we can move to another question. This question has been asked to team 4, that one section of students want exam to be conducted and other section don't want exams. Do you think that quality of the students seeking admissions to higher colleges or higher institutions can get affected? I would also like to know your views on cancellation of exams, which has recently happened in the center or state level.
Ma'am, shall I answer it from team 4?
Yeah, Riddhi, you can answer.
Yeah, so basically, while we have interviewed few of our friends prior making the Google forms, half of them were very lenient or very happy, saying that we don't have any examinations, but the other
half or the rest of them were very concerned that the grades were going to be very unfair for them, like online.
You are on mute.
Yes,
Please
Riddhi,
unmute.
you are not audible. Ma'am, am I audible? Yes, Riddhi. Ma'am, so when we started making Google Form, we had interviewed few of our friends, like just on a phone conversation, asking, "Are you okay with having examinations online or not?" So half of them were like they were very happy and taking it very leniently. There's like casually, yes, कि exam नहीं हो रहा है, but we will still go to the next grade or like continue further studies. And some of them were very concerned that despite of scoring so much earlier, now it's just online, and sometimes it become very unfair for marking, like marking system becomes a bit unfair. But I would like to make a point that if examinations are conducted, even it is online, as physically it's not possible, it would make a like students would be more and more alert and also very concerned regarding their studies. And if examinations have been cancelled, they would definitely take it very leniently.
Okay, thank you, Team 4. Let's move to the next question. Yes,
This is from team one. Can you repeat the question for team one? Because as I had some network issue, if you don't mind.
yeah, sure. So the question was, what do you think can be one way by which women can transform the negative workspace environment post COVID-19?
Can you repeat, sorry?
What do you think can be one way by which women can transform the negative workplace environment post COVID-19?
Uh,
आप नेगेटिव एनवायरनमेंट को वर्क प्लेस में कैसे आप जो है रिमूव करोगे, कैसे चेंज लाओगे? दैट इज द क्वेश्चन आफ्टर कोविड.
by keeping ourselves positive and by not taking much stress.
Okay. Can someone else
Ma'am,
want to?
can I? Shruti.
Yeah, Shruti.
Ma'am, they can also meditate or do some kind of exercise just to release a stress. As we, as it has been said that after doing exercise, our stress hormones released. That is endorphin. So we can manage that better. So yes, exercise can help them too.
Thank you, Shruti. And hope the audience who have asked the question have got their answer. Now moving to next question. This question is for team 2, that is code 2. Do you think social media can serve as a medium for good nutrition information, and why?
So I would like to answer this. Yes, definitely it can serve as a source for good nutritional information if the qualified nutritionist and dietitian are using that platform to spread what is actually the need of why we should go to prefer a good nutrition. So, but if the unqualified people are spreading it, so sometimes they spread misinformation and that gets more attention over the qualified people. So I think qualified nutritionist and dietitian should use this space, should use this opportunity to spread good information.
Okay, thank you. Another question is for code 8, that is for team 8. As per your research, adolescent experiences mood swings. What do you think could be the reason of such behavioral change? And what are the ways to deal with them?
Yes, ma'am, I will answer this question.
Yeah,
So,
Pranali.
So in our study, we get majority of responses from adolescents female. As we know, female have experienced lot of mood swing because of hormonal changes during their menses. And during this pandemic, many people has changed their sleeping pattern, and because this may uh, because of that, many females didn't get proper amount of sleep, and this may occur irritability and mood swings.
Okay. Thank you, Pranali.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's move to the next question. This is for Team 7. The shopping habit of people have changed as far as buying and storing foods. What are your views on this? Team 7, you may begin with your answer.
Ma'am, please can you repeat?
Yes. The question is, the shopping habits of people have changed as far as buying and storing foods. What are your views on this?
Shopping habits can be changed, ma'am, but food we used to eat that can't be changed as per our concern. So food is the major priority of each and every human being. So we can't change that as per the things, but this pandemic has drawn us to that condition. So we should think about future, मीन्स आगे जाके कैसे प्रिजर्व करना है, स्टोर करना है, वी कैन मैनेज दैट थिंग्स. शॉपिंग इज द थिंग, बट food is the only thing on which we can sustain our lives. So I think we should take care of food in storage, in terms of storage, preservation, and that things.
Okay, Shruti, thank you. Anyone else want to answer this question? Okay,
yes, ma'am. I would like to
Yes.
answer.
Jana?
Through the research, that is what we are conveying here, that shopping habits have changed. People are looking, even in the pandemic, that we should get our favorite foods, and somehow they are managing to get their favorite food, but they are not taking care that whatever they are buying is eventually taking them to a path which is not very sustainable in long run. So that's what people should think, that how they can, like, their choices, how can they maintain their choices in such a way which will help them in longer run.
Okay, thank you, Anam. So there are some other questions which are journal questions, and any participant can reply it. So the question is, how to deal with COVID-19 pandemic stress? Means what sort of relaxation techniques will you prefer?
Ma'am, may I?
Yes, Vishaka.
Ma'am, in this pandemic situation, as we research many of relaxation techniques like exercise, meditation, yoga, aerobics, breathing techniques, lot of relaxation techniques we use to just concentration, a level of concentration increases, and much more things. So it is helpful for us. Mindfulness, it increases the mindfulness, and it also gets more what we can say, हम लोग ज़्यादा मतलब दूसरों के साथ अटैच होने में इम्प्लीमेंशन हो सकता है रिलैक्सेशन टेक्निक्स यूज़ करने के बाद. सो दैट्स इट.
Okay, thank you, Vishaka. Anyone else want to answer or add something?
Yes, I would like to
ma'am?
answer here.
Okay, Pratiksha, you can go.
Okay, so apart from meditation, relaxation, to reduce the stress, what I could recommend is do opt for your hobbies. Like if you have hobbies like reading books or playing games or cooking or anything, try opting for your hobbies. Do whatever you like. By doing that, of course, you will be improving your skills. Apart from that, yes, your stress level will also reduce. Yes, up to you, Priyanka.
Yes, Pratisha, I was also saying the same thing, that you should, focus or time, give more time to your hobbies, which make you happy, which, then you are very relaxed with that. It was the same thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Priyanka and Pratiksha. There is another question. As COVID-19 pandemic is being researched throughout the world at many levels, why you think your research is different and you have looked at certain aspects which other researchers have overlooked in their researches? So anyone can answer this. Girls, why you think your research is different?
Yes, ma'am. May I?
Yeah, Pratiksha, go ahead.
Okay. So I won't say that my research is totally different or it stands out from them. But yes, I would like to add this point that yes, being a youth, I have to mostly like highlighted on the youth, the ones who are actually dependent on digital platforms like playing games or going online shopping or OTT platforms or on the social media, and most importantly online studying. It is the youth who is actually dependent on digital media for learning nowadays. So yes, I would say that's a difference I had taken. That's the only point I would recommend. Thank you.
Ma'am, I would also like to say.
Yeah, Priyanka, go ahead.
So, ma'am, with this study, we are trying to make an effort to study the behavioral changes which are, occurring on the adolescents and young adults. As I believe that the growth of this population has got stagnated, and so there is not such study which is studying in detail about the aspects, why the behavior, why there is a change in the behavior, and even this study can lead to the further detailed study about that why it is happening. Yeah,
Okay.
so that's why I think that this is something different that we did.
Okay, Priyanka. Thank you. There is another question. What type of variables you have used in your study? Anyone can answer this. You all have used variables. So what type of variables you have used?
Ma'am, can I?
Yes, Sonal.
We have used two types of variables, that is independent and psychological behavior.
Behavior or variable?
Sorry, variable. Sorry.
So can you elaborate a little bit?
Yes, independent variable is variable that are not dependent on any other variable, and psychological variable is like a sorry, like a mental status. So in independent variable, we conclude like age, residential area, family income, and in psychological we include stress, depression, and all.
Okay, thank you, Sonal. Any other want to add something in this? Any other girl, any other team? Girls? Okay. Thank you, girls, for replying to the questions. I wish you... Yes. Yes. Thank you, girls, for replying to the questions. I wish you all the best for results. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Mittal to take forward this program. Over to you, Ms. Mittal. Mittal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Deepika ma'am, for taking up these questions. Girls, there is one question from the SY Home Science student, and she would like to ask this question. And I think it is really a good question for you girls to answer and for them to take up, guidance from you. So, Sanita, can you go ahead and ask your question?
Yes, I would like to ask that how did you manage your academic studies and the research work at the same time, as this is your final year?
I would like to answer your question. First of all,
I think many of you would like to answer this.
Yes. Ma'am, the reality is, ma'am, that the whole day we used to have lectures like, from college also, from our other classes also. So classes lectures also used to have. I used to sit at night after 11 p.m. Like 11 p.m. Uske baad I used to sit till sometimes 1 a.m., 2 a.m., sometimes 3. I remember the last day which I had made the video and I started editing. It was till 4 a.m. I remember that day. So that way we used to manage it. बाकी लोग अपना भी बता दो.
Who's taking this?
Ma'am, can I?
Yes, you just have to share your thoughts. Come on, give them some motivation.
We were just switching ourselves from one meeting to another. After lectures, we have decided when we were deciding our times to इतने बजे मिलना है और then फिर वो इतना long and lengthy process हो जाता था कि हमें पता भी नहीं चलता था कि हाँ अभी 10 बज गया अभी 9 बज गया है. We wanted to have some food, we wanted to have drink और कुछ तो खाना है पीना है. We were just totally mad in this work कि हमें ये करना है इतना करना है उतना करना है. We have deadlines, so we have to do this. So this way we were managing, and after that things we were having our food, whatever things which were personal we were having all this after 12 a.m. p.m. जैसे भी हम manage करते थे वैसे. So in this way we have managed all the things and it was a beautiful journey. ऐसा नहीं था कि हमें time नहीं था कुछ नहीं था. We were managing everything at the same time. We were also having stress, but ठीक है हम कर लेंगे. We'll do this kind of a behavior we have. So we had actually. So we did that.
Would like to add here, ma'am. I totally agree with Shruti. You know what she said? कि हम लोग, we used to switch like एक meeting हो गया, then next and then next, and also I would especially take few minutes and thank our teachers. They are इतना supportive. They know कि हम लोग उर्जिता में busy है, so they are like assignments ठीक है थोड़ा delay कर लेंगे. You give it 2-3 days later. Like for that, I'm really very thankful for our teachers first of all, and secondly, academics manage करना. It is a task. Like during this, मतलब time ही नहीं था. This last few months, 1.5 months, totally like studies पे इतना ध्यान नहीं है जितना because we used to go in this research. But then teachers they revise कि कल क्या हुआ था. So हाँ हम लोग को पूरा flashback आया रहता कि हाँ कल ये क्या था. So उतना याद है. And yeah, like credit goes to the teachers because they are so supportive for this Urjita thing for us.
Ma'am, can I say something? As Priyanka said कि teachers ने हमें बहुत help किया है. So I also agreed with her क्योंकि whenever we used to text something, मतलब कोई भी question होता, तो teachers were like they were calling, they were joining our meeting even at 10 at night. So we are very, very grateful to have such teachers, mentors. So they have supported a lot, and without them we are nothing. With them we are everything. Without them we are nothing. So thanks to our mentors and teachers too.
Yes, Shruti, I agree.
Yes, ma'am. Really thank you.
Yes, even I agree with her.
मैम लोग ने भी बहुत मैनेज किया है हमारे साथ. So yeah, it is an equal contribution between the students and the teachers. They also have done a lot for us.
There was no night, morning, such kind of a thing. We were just messaging our mentors, teachers, ki we have doubt. Can you please solve that? And they were like, okay. So thank you for that.
कितना भी छोटा doubt होता था तो भी I used to feel that I may be irritating ma'am, but she was always there for us. So I would like to thank her very much. Both our mentors. That because of them we were able to reach the end here.
Great. In spite
And
all of the things, even they had lectures, even they had webinars, and from that they took time for us, and they were with us whenever we needed them. Yeah. So for that we are really very grateful and very very thankful, teachers.
We are blessed for that. I could say that.
And to add on a point, whenever we used to
Yes,
call the teachers, ki ma'am, we have a particular doubt, even if it were day or night, if I used to literally call my mentor at 11 at the night, and she used to answer it peacefully. हाँ बेटा बोलो क्या doubt है, and she used to clear it. She never used to be irritated कि अब रात के 11 बजे ये टाइम पे कोई कॉल करता है क्या, whereas our parents don't allow us कि रात के 11 बजे किसे कॉल करो. But our teachers never said कि don't call us after this particular time or don't do this. They always supported us, even in academics. They supported us a lot. And thank you for all the teachers.
Yeah. Any other shares?
Even like in our group, we were motivating each other कि हाँ तो ये हो जाएगा. एक जन का moral down होता है तो like other person used to say कि हो जाएगा कर ले. So that was also.
Yeah.
मैम एट द टाइम्स वी थॉट कि अब तो होगा ही नहीं, अब कुछ भी कर लो अब तो होगा ही नहीं, तो वी वर लाइक नहीं हो जाएगा, थोड़ा एक दूसरे को कॉल कर लो, थोड़ा बात कर लो. So this was a work which we have done beside all these things which we have presented on screen. There were lot more challenges.
Okay. So they would also like to know how was it working with the team? Because they will also be working with teams. So how was your experience over there to work with, your co-participants?
Ma'am, it's such difficult.
One by one, I'm very sure you have to say much about this. Please come up and share.
It's like a family बन गए हम सब.
Actually.
नहीं सच्ची सच्ची वाली चीजें भी बतानी है.
Ma'am, at first, if you have to work with team, so be patient, listen to each and everyone's thought, just cooperate with each other and incorporate all the thoughts by taking everyone's decision. ऐसा नहीं कि तूने बोला मैंने बोला, ऐसे नहीं करना है, कुछ भी नहीं पसंद है तो ठीक है, we'll work on it, we'll sit, we'll think, we'll talk and we'll then decide what is good or bad. Will never directly say कि तू मत बोल, तू मत कर, तू ऐसा नहीं करने का, वैसा नहीं करने का, ये तो बोलना ही नहीं है. Just we have to cooperate with each other. This is the big thing which I have learned from my team. कि we have to listen to each other's thought.
Great. Come on, share your thoughts. Yeah.
Mittal, see, we can see a lot of smile on their faces.
Yes.
बहुत कुछ. Yes.
At the end, ma'am, we become
we are
a family. At the end, we become family. जैसे रोज हम मीटिंग करने का, then video. After Urjita submission, last वाला submission था, we literally missed each other and we did video call. In my group we did a video call that सुबह से लेके रात तक हम एक साथ होते थे, but आज तो कुछ भी नहीं है, so how can we go? So we did a video call and we started our chit chats. We started missing. Yes.
मैम एक्चुअली मैम लोगों को कॉलेज मतलब हम लोग को भी ऑब्वियसली कॉलेज डेज हम लोग मिस करने वाले ही है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा ये जूम मीटिंग, गूगल मीट, स्क्रीन शेयरिंग ये सब मिस करने वाले हैं सब.
एंड अभी तो ऐसा भी हो गया जैसे कि मीटिंग चल रही है और सबके अनम्यूट थे, तो घर पे जो बातें चल रहे तो फिर वो भी एक फन मोमेंट होता था. अच्छा तो तेरे घर में आज ये बना है.
यस
ऑफ टॉपिक, मेजॉरिटी टाइम तो ऑफ टॉपिक ही जाता था हमारा.
And ma'am, one thing more I would like to add over here is that as it was all virtual, it's not necessary that everyone will be having a Wi-Fi at home. And even though if I am having Wi-Fi, you might have seen my background changing continuously. It's like sometimes it's gray and sometimes it's like I'm going out of my house because there's a continuous power cut. So these are problems, small problems that we used to face, and that made us cooperate with each other. We used to require a lot of patience कि हाँ internet नहीं है ठीक है रुक जाओ सबर रखो उसके पास कोई प्रॉब्लम हुई होगी. If someone like if there is a power cut, we used to just get out of the meeting. So it's not like you say गुस्से में आके मीटिंग छोड़ दिया. So this used to be a misconception, this used to be a myth, and then used to make each other understand कि नहीं उसके पास power cut हुआ होगा, उसका डाटा खत्म हुआ होगा, कुछ तो हुआ होगा. So just don't be negative. This was the point which we got to know about each other.
Okay. Any other shares? How about agreeing on certain points? Were there disagreements? And how did you deal with it? How did you overcome?
मैम स्टार्टिंग में ना एक्चुअली सब लोग का टाइम मैनेजमेंट करना इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. मतलब कभी वो फ्री होती थी तभी हम लोग को टाइम नहीं होता, जब हम लोग फ्री होते तभी एक जन को टाइम नहीं होता था. तो फिर वो जो स्लॉट था ना वो बहुत डिफिकल्ट हुआ स्टार्टिंग में. फिर बाद में फिर हम लोग मतलब कंटिन्यूएशन में हो गए.
तो मैम हम लोग है ना क्या करते थे, पार्ट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करते थे. क्या 2 जन तुम लोग जब फ्री रहोगे तो तुम लोग ये पार्ट करो और 2 जन ये करो. तो हम लोग कैसे टाइम भी देते ताकि पूरा एक साथ स्ट्रेस ना हो जाए. मतलब थोड़ा रिलैक्स भी देना पड़ता था, नहीं तो फिर पूरा दिमाग काम करना बंद करता था अगर सब साथ में रहे.
Okay. Anything else? Are we taking up more questions? Girls, do you have anything to ask?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, my question is, what is cross-sectional study?
Cross-sectional study. Anyone? I think one of you have done the cross-sectional study as well. Can you just explain in short to them?
Yes, ma'am. May I?
Yeah, you have.
Ma'am, actually, cross-sectional study means which conduct for short period of time in which we can collect different variable at one time. That is, as we research independent variable and psychological variable. So that's a cross-sectional study.
I hope your doubts are clear, girls. Preeti?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So any other question we are taking up? Girls, do you want to ask anything? Okay, now over to all the paper presenter. Just tell us 2 sentences about your learning outcomes or any experience or anything which you would like to share, just in casual share. We would like to hear more from the other participants as well.
Yeah, may I?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good good to learn, as we got to communicate with others. We got to learn new things. We got to learn how to make Google Forms. Yeah, we got to learn what are the opportunities from this. What can we do further? We can do study in research as well. So yeah, I guess this would be helpful in our curriculum for curriculum. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Neha. Anyone else?
Ma'am, also we got a scientific temper, how to work with a research paper. What are the basic needs of the paper? Means introduction, abstract. What are the things which are very, very much particular in the research paper? We got to know that. So yes, scientific temper we get from the research study which we have done. So that's
very true. Very true. Come on, girls, share your outcomes or anything you wish to share. You have to de-stress yourself. Shortly, the results are going to declare. Okay, come on.
Ma'am, in this research, one question was mentioned over there. What type of study do students like online or offline? the result which I got through the Google form was only 11% of the students agreed to it that they like online lectures, whereas 89% of the students said that they want offline lectures. So, ma'am, it's the best part for you teachers also that you might be missing our students, those classrooms. Even we students miss those teachers, their scoldings and everything.
Definitely, I think each one of us are done with the online studies and online teaching. We would definitely start we will definitely want a physical class to start now.
Because ma'am, in online class, if you bunk the class, you might know that yeah, the student is absent in the sense that particular student is bunking. But what about in virtual class? Do you have an idea how many students bunk the class every day? The students might be giving the what do you call the reason that there is no proper internet connection, so that's the reason they cannot turn on the video. But taking the opportunity of this, the students literally switch the apps and they start scrolling memes or Instagram or many such things. This thing points I will mention in my research topics. So that's what I would like to mention over. That's it. Thank you.
Very much aware of it, Pratiksha.
Yes,
not
most
me.
of us are.
We know exactly what is happening.
And hence is the reason why you people are now done with your bunking and really want the physical class to start now, the college to reopen now.
Yes, ma'am, but what about us? We are in final year, so we missed everything. As for me, we missed that golden year of our life. For me, I missed my golden year. Having an
I also agree
interaction
with
with teachers, that food lab, lunch time, everything we have missed, and the IV which we had. So, so what about us?
IV तो बोलो ही मत. Major part.
Yes,
Missing.
ma'am.
Yes, Lopa ma'am.
All the TY students, just a message. Every year students have different kinds of memories. Can you believe you will have the most unique memories? And there will be positives and negatives in everything, girls.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. The best part is having online exams.
Togetherness, physically being present. But I'm sure you also made most of the online things also. But just remember one thing, that you will have the most unique memories. Imagine what you'll be telling your grandchildren and children. हमारे time में ऐसा था. Okay? So keep up the positive vibes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely.
So let's talk about lockdown learnings. Can you people share about lockdown learnings?
Yes, ma'am. Can I?
Yes. Who was the first one? Before Shruti?
Ma'am, Shruti. Yes.
Shruti and one more. Yeah,
Can
go
I,
ahead,
ma'am?
girls. Everyone, one by one.
Yes. Ma'am, at the starting, we were like, how we'll go with online studies? How can we manage all the notes and all? But after starting those lectures, we were like, कि ठीक है हो जाएगा. Teachers are helping us much more in different way other than our comfort zone. Their comfort zone, they were providing us notes, book notes का pics and all. We were like, ठीक है हो जाएगा. Then the second stage was like, we are in FSN, so we have to record our food practical videos. And then we were suddenly depressed ki how we'll go with this video experience, how we'll cook, how we'll manage everything. So then our teacher Amrita ma'am taught us कि ऐसा करना है वैसा करना है. Then we were like कि ठीक है ये भी हो जाएगा. Then we started taking videos, editing them, and now we are so much skilled up in that we can open our channel and we can actually post those videos. So it was a great experience for us. Us means for me at least, that food practical. So it was good.
So let us take this random lockdown learning. Okay, I'll just pick up one name from the participant list over to her and she will speak. Okay, you finish first. Yeah, please.
Ma'am, I have seen and I also noticed myself the most important learning everybody have done during this lockdown and now also is value of human relationships, because at the beginning we were not allowed to meet each other. It like we were restricted to keep distance about 2 meters and a social distancing and everything, and then we realized how important and the value of that personal meeting and a particular human.
Okay, very true.
Also, ma'am, I would like to add here that one thing which I learned was self control. Phone हाथ में है and lecture is going on, and screen lecture चल रहा है side by side, and side by side we are scrolling something else, we are messaging someone else. So that thing I have starting में होता था बहुत ज़्यादा, to be honest. But अभी that I have learned कि नहीं, lectures are important है. These things can happen later also. But that on state of mind happens ना कि बोर हो रहा है, तो let's just for 2 minutes at least we'll just see. Then वो 2 minutes का पूरा lecture निकल जाता है. But now that thing I have learned that self control जिसे कहते हैं, like हमें वो नहीं करना है, हमें lecture पे ध्यान देना है. So that was my experience.
Very well. Who else would like to share?
Mithil, you can continue for some more time.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah.
So as I said, I will just pick up the name and you people have to share, okay? Your lockdown learnings or anything which you would like to share or any experience. Mashrufi.
यस मैम. तो पहले पहले ऐसा होता था कि नहीं होगा हमसे तो लाइक बहुत सारा काम लाइक ये सब टेक सेवी एंड ऑल नहीं होगा ऐसा लगता था, बट नाउ आफ्टर दिस आदत हो गई है लाइक. और आई रियली मिस एवरीथिंग जो भी कॉलेज में होता था, एक्टिविटीज, फन एक्टिविटीज जैसे सब. आई रियली मिस एवरीथिंग.
Okay, thank you for sharing. We have Kulsum Sayed.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can you share any of your experience or lockdown learnings or anything you would like to share
Actually,
with your juniors? Sorry?
Actually, I'm an introvert. So
No
I
issue.
don't
Come.
like I don't like anything to share. I just like to listen others.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No problem. Vishakha?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just have your share?
मैम अभी तो सब लोग ने बोल दिया ऑलरेडी कि क्या चेंजेस हुए, क्या हम लोग ने अचीव किया एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स. सो येस, आई पर्सनली फील कि मोबाइल का एडिक्शन अभी कम हुआ है. अभी हम लोग को ही ज़्यादा मोबाइल हाथ में लेने को नहीं पसंद हो रहा है कि सब टेक्नोलॉजी एंड लैपटॉप ऑल दोज थिंग्स वो बार बार वही सब चीज़ें मतलब सामने आने की वजह से हम लोग भी अभी हेक्टिक हो गए. स्टार्टिंग में पेरेंट्स लोग भी बोलते थे कि मोबाइल लैपटॉप सिर्फ अब तुम लोग ऐसे ही लेके बैठते हो, लेकिन नाउ वी रियलाइज नहीं, इससे बहुत कुछ काम हो सकता है. सो नाउ वी आर फेड अप. तो अभी हम लोग को रियलाइज हो रहा है कि नहीं लेना चाहिए इतना सब चीजें, एडिक्शन नहीं करना चाहिए.
So girls, she spoke about parents and all that. So would any one of you like to share that how did your family reacted, or what were their inputs, the way you worked and the time investment which you were having? Were they able to understand your things? What the inputs Can you share your inputs on this
Ma'am,
family support or any kind of such thing?
Ma'am,
Ma'am. One by one, Shruti. And who is the other one? Shruti and?
Ma'am, shall I say?
Riddhi, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Riddhi, batao.
मैम फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन माय मॉम आस्क्ड मी लाइक तू लॉकडाउन में घर पे कैसे रहेगी लाइक आई एम नॉट अ पर्सन हु कैन सिट एट वन प्लेस एंड आल्सो आई like to go here and there, talk to everybody and meet randomly like friends and everything. तो first question my mother had for me was like इतने टाइम लॉकडाउन में तू घर पे like एक जगह पे एक प्लेस पे कैसे रहेगी. And but then things happened and it was mandatory also.
Yeah. Now, as far as lockdown is concerned, we have to and we had to do that. But I'm talking about your, the research work, what you took up, right? Adding up to your academics, your online learning and all these things, because you were totally with the mobile or laptop or online on Zoom meetings and all that things. So how well supported your family was, or were there times when they were frustrating or irritating? And did you have difficulty in dealing with them or making them understand what you are actually going through and all that?
Can I say ma'am?
Yes.
Ma'am.
Pratiksha and then Shruti.
You're waiting.
Okay, ma'am. First I'll go then. What our parents see while we have in the mobile is कि हाथ में mobile लेके बैठी है, but they don't know what exactly we are doing. So,
correct.
Even after sitting for hours in the lecture, parents used to say this कि दिन भर mobile लेके बैठी, कुछ काम नहीं करती. They won't see that we are actually present in the lecture or doing some other work, or we are busy with research. The only taunt we used to get at the end of the day is कि सिर्फ mobile लेके बैठते. This was the big task, challenge I faced.
Yes.
एंड मैम मुझे ऐड करना है कि लाइक पेरेंट्स वाज वेरी सपोर्टिव. मतलब अगर हम पढ़ने बैठे तो वो कह रहे हैं कि तुम एक साइड में बैठो, और मतलब उनको कंट्रोल करना, लाइक घर में अगर बच्चे हैं तो बाप रे बाप उनको कंट्रोल करना इज लाइक. तो वो कैसे फैमिली मेंबर्स को एक काम बढ़ गया कि नहीं बच्चे अच्छे से पढ़े, इसलिए उनको एक साइड में देना, वो जगह पे आना नहीं, ताकि उनको डिस्टर्बेंस ना हो, उनका ध्यान डिस्ट्रैक्ट ना हो कोई चीज़ पे, ताकि वो प्रॉपर काम कर सके, पढ़ सके, अपना रिसर्च अच्छे से करे. तो फैमिली ने बहुत अच्छे से सपोर्ट दिया. लाइक आई हैप्पी टू से, आई प्राउड टू से कि सबकी फैमिली ऐसी है.
Great.
Can I, ma'am?
Shruti, who is very desperate to answer. Yes, Shruti?
Yes, ma'am. While managing for research and academics, my mom questioned me once that what you are doing all day, all time, night, morning, not even having your lunch or dinner on time. So I explained her everything, that we are going through this and doing such research. I have got selected for this and that. So she said okay. So she supported me very well. Everything was on table for me, from water to everything. I can say ki I am blessed. I am too much blessed to have family like this. And she never asked me or questioned me कि क्या कर रहे हो, फोन पे हो, मोबाइल पे हो या लैपटॉप पे हो. She knows that I am doing something which will add some value to me in future or in present. So she believes that whatever I do, I know what I am doing, what is good for me and bad for me. So it was a good experience for me. बहुत ही अच्छा था. Nothing was negative from my family side. So I am happy.
Very good. Any other takes on this? Yeah.
Yes. I would like to add, and I agree with Shruti that family was very supportive initially, but it was only initial. Like abhi bhi hai, but not that much. Because when we used to record the video, हमें silence चाहिए था, and मम्मी का serial का time होता था, and then she was like, I was like every time, mama volume, and then उसको तो इतना irritate होता था, but then she was like ठीक है, then वो अपना phone लेके और दूसरे रूम में जाके बैठती थी. So हाँ, but everything was ready, like as Shruti said, like they know we are doing something work. These were the things, थोड़ा बहुत होता है, but they know कि हम लोग कुछ कर रहे हैं, कुछ important कर रहे हैं, so they also used to support. And काम तो मतलब घर पे किया ही नहीं, and that For my grandmother was a big thing. कि बेटे काम घर पे काम ही नहीं कर रही है. But my mom and dad, they उसको शांत करते थे. But yeah, it was all good and nice process. I'm very happy now. अभी अच्छा लग रहा है बहुत.
You have to deal with many things. Family need to be adjusted and deal with many things, right? Any other such
The
experience?
big task was, ma'am, background sound. Whenever we
Yeah.
used to talk or unmute ourselves, that time only something will went wrong or happened wrong कि आवाज आना ही है. कितना भी control कर लो, वो आएगा ही. So it was a big task for me.
Correct.
And it was the best thing that you girls were served on your table, but it's not same in everyone's case. In my case, I was like also doing my lectures, and if at all I used to get at least half an hour late for my lunch or to prepare dinner, but dad used to come like itna late ho gaya kuch karti nahi hai, this used to get stalled, so you have to handle them also and the college teachers and assignments, everything. So these were the challenges we have actually faced, and we had learned so many things, and we cannot back answer to our parents ki kar to rahi ho na, itna to karo meherbani. We can't do that, or else the parents will be like बहुत ज्यादा बोल रही है तो अब तेरा पढ़ाई बंद कर दे. So these were the challenges. We had really gone through a lot.
Yes. So whatever happened, the Joes was really high. Yes. You went deaf ears for someone, the grandmother saying that you are not, getting involved in cooking. If the father is little annoyed, still the Josh was on and it was really high. Great, girls, really great. Now, another thing is like, do you feel that if this research was not on an online mode, and if this could have been offline, how would be the situation, or what some things you could have overcome, or something you feel? Like suppose if it was on college and the college was working as normal as it was.
आई थिंक अगर ये कॉलेज में होता तो हमको ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस होता, लाइक ट्रैवलिंग, फिर हमको एक टाइप में लेक्चर, सो जैसे कॉलेज में फ्लोर. अभी यहाँ पे कैसे बैठे बैठे सब हो रहा है, पर मतलब समझ में आ रहा है कि अगर कॉलेज में रहते तो इससे ज़्यादा डिफिकल्टीज होती. तो हम लोग एक टाइप से लकी भी बोल सकते कि क्या बोलेंगे पता नहीं, बट हाँ हमको मतलब ऐसा ऑनलाइन सेटअप मिला जिसमें हमको डॉक्यूमेंट जैसे कि ऑलरेडी सेव होते थे, और बाकी टाइम लगता है ट्रैवल करने के लिए लैपटॉप लेके जाना, ये सब तो मतलब वो सब एक अलग ही चैलेंजेस होते थे जो ऑफलाइन. और ये ऑनलाइन में थोड़ा ऐसा फील लग रहा है कि हाँ हम घर बैठे बैठे कर रहे हैं तो हमें किधर जाने की जरूरत नहीं, हम सिर्फ वर्चुअल में लिंक सेंड करो बस हो गया.
Very true, really true.
Ma'am, time management मतलब will be the factor if offline होगा तो. Then we have to manage everything, like from morning we'll wake up till night, हमें सब कुछ manage करना होगा कि इतना time we have to travel, इतना time we have to work. So time management factor will get affect if this offline thing will happen.
So you thought that time management you could do really with ease and manage the time, because it was all online, right?
Yes, on one place, sitting at one place and working all day, night, whatever it is, but that will be affected.
True.
Offline.
And even I would like to add that physically भी tiredness कम हो जाते हैं, because as Simin said कि travel करना होता है तो उधर ही थक जाते हैं, and then फिर कुछ सूझता नहीं है. So that was not there in the online mode, so it was easy for us.
So all of you feel that physical exertion was less because you had less traveling and all that things, right? So
yes, ma'am.
You could manage it well.
Yes.
Any
the
other thing?
Josh you are seeing now, I think वो नहीं होता तभी. अलग tiredness.
True that. But don't you think if the college would have been open, like all these things, like your disturbances, and while you were recording, or suppose some of you might not be having the appropriate gadgets to work with, like the laptop or the desktop. So it is difficult to really manage all these things on the mobile. Would that be a positive point if the college would have been open? There could be.
मैम लाइक अगर कॉलेज ओपन रहता था तो कैसा वन टेक में हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन हो जाता था एंड यहाँ पे वीडियो बनाने लाइक हम लोग ने कम से कम मैम 10 to 11 शॉर्ट्स है, तब उसके बाद हमारा प्रॉपर हुआ। जैसे कि हम लोग बैठे थे 7 बजे, हमारा हुआ प्रॉपर 11:30 बजे। तो मतलब इतना टाइम में वो वीडियो बनाने में तो हम लोग तभी बोल रहे थे काश कॉलेज में होते तो वन टेक में हो जाता। फिर हम लोग ये सोच रहे कि नहीं बाबा, हम ऐसा सोच रहे यहाँ पे पॉजिटिव भी और नेगेटिव भी है, दोनों पॉइंट्स है इसमें।
दोनों पॉइंट्स है, करेक्ट। So any other points you feel that if the college would have been opened, it would have been added?
Yes, ma'am. Gathering with personal interaction, positive point.
Correct.
That enjoyment while sitting in Audi and chit-chatting, having such things, we are missing.
Do you think the library also had a role in this, and because you cannot access the library?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Have it taken back a little?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We could go to library or search directly from the book, and in online we did a Google में search करो, यहाँ से नहीं मिल रहा है, authentic site चाहिए, without authentic site we can't take this information, that information. It was much more challenging. अगर library होता था, we can get access easily to books. We can get more deeper knowledge as well. I could say that.
I'm adding to the bibliography. There was also a point in bibliography that everyone was not having a laptop or PC in their homes. We were accessing to mobile phones. But in a library, they provide us a PC along with an internet connection. So that was the best thing. We like agar college hota, so we all four would have come together with all our concerns. कि हाँ ये मुझे चाहिए, ये कलर होना चाहिए, तुझे क्या लगता है, ये कैसा होना चाहिए. So we could have discussed and made the PPT or something like in a much better way. Whereas now we had made it on a mobiles, on a personal mobiles. So there were many issues coming in mobiles. कि पावर पॉइंट अगर मैं मोबाइल में ऑपरेट करें तो उसमें कलर इफेक्ट्स प्रॉपर में ऐड नहीं कर पा रही थी. So whereas I can do that properly in a laptop or a PC. So that were the things.
Yeah, there are limitations to mobile when you work on mobile. Yes.
Yes.
Definitely. Oh, any other thing? So now all of you just take a moment. Just take one moment, think on, and each one of you will answer. Now there will not be any further.
Mittal, can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Okay, so the judges have finally given me the sheet, Rekha ma'am and me, and so now we wind up with this question answer session, and we move ahead.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah, you continue.
I will just continue
you wind up
this and conclude, and we will be to you. Okay. So just over to you, girls. We were just talking about if I give you one moment, and if I tell you just think on this, and each one of you have to answer. So suppose next year, if there's some research or anything, what would you suggest, online or offline? Just say open your videos and just say one by one, online or offline, whatever you say. Okay, and we will not be asking any justification, just from your experience.
Online.
Online. सबको अभी भी घर पे बैठना है. Online.
Ma'am, for being an extrovert, I'll go for offline.
So, but I can hear more of online, But,
yes, ma'am, me too.
Anyways, yeah, great girls, great. So it seems all of you really had a good time. All of you had a good learning, and you have really de-stressed yourself before the results are getting announced. So all of you, just hold your breath, because in some time your results will be declared. All the best to each one of you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, paper presenter, for your insightful answers and having shared your experiences. Thank you, SY Home Science students and the audience for your questions. Once again, thank you everyone for your active participation and making this session really lively and interactive. I'm sure our budding researchers must have enriched their knowledge on research and must have definitely built up their interest in research. With this, we will mark an end to the question answer session. I would like Lopa ma'am to take over the further proceedings. Over to you, Lopa ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mittal, for having such a wonderful interactive session. And yes, we all are waiting for that awaited moment, results. For this, I would like to invite our judges, Dr. Nidhi Gupta and Dr. Nimisha Kamre, to declare the result. Over to you, judges.
Just a minute, Lopa. Lopa.
Yes, ma'am.
Lopa. Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah.
There is like, I think we should take the feedback of external judge, Dr. Nidhi Gupta first, before declaring the result. What you say, Rekha ma'am?
Yeah, please take the feedback first.
Yeah, Nidhi Gupta ma'am, please, if you could give some inspiring words to our budding researchers.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. First of all, I'm really thankful to the whole team of Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College, Principal Asha Menon, organizing team members Dr. Rekha, Dr. Ritu, Miss Sonali, Miss Lopa for her patience. इतने अच्छे से वो बैठी रही इतनी देर तक सबके लिए सुनती रही very patiently and managing all that. Dr. Shobha, Miss Mittal for keeping the students engaged. उनका भी बहुत पेशेंस है इतनी देर तक बेचारी सारे स्टूडेंट्स को उन्होंने एंगेज रखा. Then Dr. Deepika, Miss Amrita, and yes, the members who supported technically. It was indeed a wonderful effort on your part to propagate the research at the undergraduate level. Because जहाँ वर्ड रिसर्च आ जाता है ना वहाँ बेचारे अंडर ग्रेजुएट वाले बच्चे घूम जाते हैं थोड़ा. They always feel that it is very horrifying and nightmares आते हैं उनको कि अच्छा इस टॉपिक पर हम कैसे काम करेंगे हमें नहीं पता चलता है. And I suppose being so friendly mentors, मैं आप लोगों की बातें सुन रही थी जब students अपनी information share कर रहे थे. So I feel that they had such friendly mentors that because of that they were able to do such a good research. और बहुत अच्छे topics थे, apt as per the need of an hour. And I feel कि उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा undergraduate level पे काफी सारे aspects को cover करके काम किया. And जो topic है हमारा that is on pandemic era के ऊपर transforming lives, वो बहुत relevant रहा जिसके basis पे ये research papers हमारे आए. My congratulations and best wishes to the each and every student for their courage. I say courage because undergraduate level for research seems to be very heavy, and gradually the notion of word research itself is very horrifying. All of you have taken pains to understand the work they have done. क्योंकि मैंने जब questions वगैरह पूछे तब मुझे लगा that they are clear with many of the concepts of research, and the credit goes indeed to the mentors. And then it itself is a matter of pride. All of you have done a wonderful job. My heartiest congratulations to all. That's all, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi Gupta, ma'am. Thank you so much for your inspiring words. Shall we move ahead with this?
Yes.
Can I invite Nimisha ma'am, Dr. Nimisha Kamli ma'am to declare the results now?
Yes. Thank
Over
you,
to you,
ma'am.
Nimisha ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, congratulations to all the participants for participating in such a beautiful competition, which gave you platform to explore your ideas, your talent, and it's an enlightening process. Research is an enlightening process. It is your product. जब आपका पेपर बनता है, जब आपका पीएचडी का थीसिस बनता है, तो इट्स सच अ ब्यूटीफुल जॉय फॉर यू ऑल. सो ये आप बहुत यंग एज पे आपने एक्सप्लोर किया. हमें तो अपने ये एज में पता भी नहीं था रिसर्च क्या होता है. सो इट्स रियली लाइक कॉम्प्लीमेंट फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू. Congratulations, and just believe in one thing, that there are winners because there are participants. Okay, participants नहीं होते तो winners नहीं होते थे. तो इसलिए everybody's contribution is extremely important. We learn from each other. Okay, so I am extremely excited to announce the results. I guess students are quite nervous and excited. Any guesses from your side, students? Anybody wants to guess?
I don't want to take the risk.
And they were at par, मतलब equally good. थोड़ा इधर उधर एक दो marks ज़्यादा कम ज़्यादा हो गए. Otherwise, everybody was good. Okay. Now, Rekha ma'am, would you declare or should I declare?
Yeah, you can take the honors. Yeah,
Yes,
please.
yes. Thank you,
Priyanka, Vishakha, please switch off your videos.
Okay. See, I'll start from the third.
Yeah.
The third prize goes to awareness and perception of the term coronavirus and its effect on workplace according to participants age 18 to 37. We are missing that feeling of auditorium.
True. Congratulations.
And, like, excitement.
Can I request all the team members of third group to be we switch on their videos so that we know
their names?
Yes.
Miss Simin, Miss Lisa, and Miss Shifa. Kindly switch on your videos.
Congratulations, students.
Congratulations.
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 Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Then the just 1 second. Let me know the topic properly. The second prize goes to the students with the topic nutrition misinformation through WhatsApp messages amidst COVID-19 pandemic.
Congratulations.
Students are there.
Congratulations.
I would like to call their names. Miss Dhanvi Maheshwari, Miss Shafali Mayekar, Miss Mashrufi. Congratulations, girls.
Thank
you,
ma'am.
Videos. I can't see. Yeah.
Please switch on your videos, girls.
First
Only
prize.
2 girls are there. Only 2 girls are there.
Shifty is not there, I guess.
Okay.
I can't see. Yeah.
Congratulations, both of you, all 3 of you,
I'm there.
Shefali, Dhanvi, and Mashrufi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good job.
Congratulations. The third prize goes to addressing the challenges of working women on work-life balance during COVID-19 pandemic. Addressing the challenges of working women on work-life balance during
Congratulations.
COVID-19
Thank
pandemic.
you, ma'am.
Miss Muskan and Miss Jubal. Congratulations.
Very detailed
Heartiest
study.
congratulations.
Thank you,
Wonderful.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations, girls. Congratulations
Thank
to the
you.
mentor
Thank you.
also. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations
Congratulations to all the teams. All the teams.
All the teams.
All the team
Congratulations to all the
members,
teams.
to your parents also.
Yes.
All of you have worked so hard. You have earned
Really?
this thing. You have earned this thing. Thank you
Okay.
so much, Dr. Nimisha Kamli, for declaring the results, for taking active part in this, for helping us in this. Thank you so much, Dr. Nidhi Gupta, for giving us your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a pleasure listening to all.
Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you both of you, Dr. Nidhi and Dr. Nimisha, both of
Thank
you.
you, ma'am.
So much.
Ma'am.
Moving ahead with this, congratulations once again to all the winning teams, and thank you so much for the judges for their valuable time, judgment, and guiding our students for a better research work. Now, I would like to call Dr. Ritu Bhatia ma'am for reading the report for Urjita 2021. Over
Thank
to
you,
you,
Lopa.
Ritu.
Thank you, Lopa. So we have come to the concluding section of this Urjita. And I'm reading the report of Urjita 21. The Urjita Intercollegiate UG Home Science, Home Economics Students Research Competitions were organized on June 4th, 2021 by the Faculty of Home Science of Srimati P. N. Doshi Women's College. We have received paper presenting teams from both the Home Science and the Home Science with the BA. We have selected 8 papers for Urjita competition. To organize anything, any program at college level is a huge task, and it requires coordinated efforts from all the members. All the teachers of home science faculty have been working for this since last 2 months. Earlier, we had planned to organize this event in the month of March, but due to delay in university exams, we had to postpone this event. But today, on this beautiful June day, we had successfully completed our faculty's annual event. In the current year, Urjita, we have a theme of transforming lives, impact of COVID-19, how it impacts our life, work culture, and social relationship. The theme was chosen keeping in mind the current pandemic situation. We have invited Dr. Nidhi Gupta, Associate Professor, Department of Human Resource Management from SM Patel College of Home Science, Vallabh Vidyanagar, Anand, and Dr. Nimisha Kambli, BAMS faculty as an internal judge. We had with us Dr. Vishakha Karnad also. She is Associate Professor, Department of Textile, Nirmala Niketan College of Home Science, Mumbai, as a keynote speaker. I thank all the guests, Dr. Nidhi Gupta, Dr. Vishakha Karnad, Dr. Nimisha, for joining us today, giving us your valuable time. We had 8 teams, paper presenting teams from human resource development, food science and nutrition, and human development and home economics. We are happy that all the teams have given us their cooperation, listened to the rules and regulations, and followed them. We are thankful to each team member of the participating team. And I congratulate the winning teams, all the 3 teams who have won these prizes, first, second, and third. So on behalf of Home Science faculty, I congratulate all the winning team members and wish you great success in your future endeavors also. So we had a great day today with all the paper presenting teams come across, and we have come across many good researches. And it is such an enriching experience to learn from the young students how much they have worked. We should appreciate that how much they can work in future also. They have a talent. And this is our, actually we should say this is our strong point that all the home science teachers try our level best to encourage our young students to be a professional home scientist. So with this, I conclude the Urjita 2021. And as a convener, I wish all the team members, all the students, all the participants, great success. Wish you all the best. Just an important announcement I want to make that all the winning teams, the cash prizes, the e-certificates will be provided within 10 working days. For the participants, the same, we will provide the e-certificate within 10 working days. So with this, I conclude Urjita 2021. And now I invite Ms. Namrata Bahal to give vote of thanks. Over to you, Namrata. Amrata. Sorry, Amrata. This shows that we are so tired. Okay, sorry. So I invite Ms. Amrata Bahal to give vote of thanks. Again, I corrected myself. Over to you,
No
Amrata.
problem. No problem. Okay, so thank you very much, Ritu, for inviting me for this very pleasant task of, formally expressing our gratitude as an institution to all those who have made today's event possible and have added value to our event through their invaluable contributions. It is only befitting that I begin by thanking our management and managing trustee, Mrs. Meenaben Khetani, for unconditionally supporting all our endeavors, especially those that involve student enrichment. My heartfelt thanks to our director, Dr. Kundavali, who has been the backbone of our institution and remains a guiding light for all our initiatives. Our principal, Dr. Asha Menon, heads the institution with her effervescent enthusiasm for innovative initiatives. I can't thank her enough for her spirited support for Urjita, taking forward our institutional objective of keeping student centricity as its core and driving the development of scientific temper in young minds. Again, no amount of thanking is enough for our Vice Principal, Dr. Rekha Randive, for her constant encouragement, support, and guidance for this event and every other event. One of her most outstanding qualities is her approachability, as she's always just a phone call away if troubleshooting is required. A special thank you to our keynote speaker, Dr. Vishakha Karnad, and judges Dr. Nidhi Gupta and Dr. Nimisha Kambli for taking time out of their very busy schedules to address our students and evaluate their work. Their encouraging words will surely cement and strengthen the scientific temper in the participating students. Thank you very much, ma'am. A big thank you to the Vice Principal of the Commerce Faculty, Dr. Manju Prabha, and the coordinators of the self-financing courses for adding value to our effort with their presence. And all of us will agree that our competition is impossible without its participants. A big thank you to all the paper presenting teams and their mentors for sharing their valuable work with us and enriching all the student delegates who will definitely be looking to undertake research work in the near future. The organization of an event like this, without a single face-to-face meeting, requires an organizing committee which is very well coordinated and supports each other unquestioningly. I begin by acknowledging the efforts of our very, very dear convener, Dr. Ritu Bhatia, for her meticulous planning, coordination, and execution of the event. She has exhibited immense capacity of knitting together this competition with her enthusiasm and work. The efforts of the correspondence team of Dr. Manisha Parelkar and Ms. Nidhi Dattani warrant a special mention, as without their proactive communication exchange, getting participants for an online competition can become an uphill and arduous task. Thank you very much, Dr. Manisha Parelkar and Nidhi. The scientific committee comprising Dr. Manisha Parelkar, Dr. Shobha Bharat, and Ms. Sonali Doshi, who is also one of the winners of one of the mentors whose teams has won the first prize. They've ensured that the students' research efforts were duly acknowledged, appreciated, and encouraged by being included in the competition. I also thank my fellow registration committee member, Ms. Mittal Upadhyay, who we all saw was also handling the question answer session with seamless ease, for her excellent coordination and prompt response as and when it was needed. Thank you very much, Mittal. Thank you, Sonali, our treasurer for Urjita, for keeping the accounts meticulously and ensuring that we conduct the event without financial hitches. And all of us will also agree that online events are impossible without technical support. A special thank you to Mr. Sanil Bhavle for designing all our beautiful brochures and invites, and also supporting us with his technical expertise very readily. He was always available as the feedback that I have got. Ms. Hashmat Khan's contribution deserves a special mention because she enables us to execute effectively what is planned by supporting us with her technical proficiency. Thank you very much, Hashmat. And the smooth conduct of a program requires the flow of events to be coordinated well. Thank you very much, Lopa, for comparing the event with effortless ease. And last, but definitely not the least, because there has to be, one thing has to be told after the other, a big thank you to all the student delegates from various faculties, from our college and other colleges, for attending this event. And I'm sure that all the participants, whether they are paper presenters, whether they are students, have been enriched by witnessing the work of their fellow students and will be enthused in undertaking similar initiatives in due course. Thank you very much. Over to Ritu.
Yes, thank you so much, Amrita. Now I am right, I think. Thank you so much, Amrita, for your wonderful vote of thanks. And you have not forgotten anyone. You have acknowledged each and every person who have participated. So with this, we come to the end of this Urjita 2021. And I extend the same feelings what Amrita has just expressed. I wish to thank everyone. I would like to thank each and everyone from the Home Science Department from the bottom of my heart for their cooperation, for their support. And whenever I call them, yes, Ritu, we do this, we do that. Particularly, special thanks to Dr. Rekha Randive, our Vice Principal, ma'am. Rekha, ma'am, we are blessed to have you. I would say this. We are blessed to have you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
You are so approachable. You are so supportive of this whole thing. So you never let anyone feel ki, okay, yeah, we are burdening you. Whenever we contact you, Thank you so much, ma'am, for being there for us. All the members, all the team members, I would not repeat the words because of time, but my heartfelt thanks to everyone. And for the participants, I wish you all the great success for your coming exams. Thank you all for coming here, joining us. And I wish to thank our principal ma'am, Dr. Asha Menon ma'am, for supporting us and everyone. And our judges, Dr. Nidhi Gupta and Dr. Nimisha Kamli, and Dr. Vishaka Karnad as a keynote speaker. Thank you so much. So with this, we are signing off. Stay safe, stay healthy, and God bless. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.